Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this fifth edition of IPTSE Awards and IP Conclave, and thank you all for accepting our invitation. We are very honored by the presence of Shri Som Prakash Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, and I'd like to request Mr. Arun Chawla, Director General FICCI, to welcome him with FICCI's Green Certificate. So this is a green initiative by FICCI where we plant trees in the name of the dignitary in the Sundarbans National Park in West Bengal. We are also very privileged to have Shri Bibi Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises with us. And I once again request Mr. Chawla to welcome him with FICCI's Green Certificate. Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Arun Chawla, Director General, FICCI, for his welcome remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Som Prakash, Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Shri Bibi Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, Ms. Monica Magnuson, Vice President Ericsson, Mr. Saurabh Sachdeva, Director IPTSE, industry stalwarts, delegates from academia, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of FICCI, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you, to all the delegates, to the dignitaries, to this IP conclave. This annual program of IP strives to create a conducive IP regime in India by recognizing professionals and startups who have contributed immensely to the field. We are extremely honored to have the presence of Shri Som Prakash Ji, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, at this program. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for sparing your valuable time and gracing the occasion. Your ministry, the DPIIT, has been tirelessly spearheading the implementation and development of IPRs in the country. Indian industry truly appreciates the efforts, especially in creating awareness and the nationwide outreach programs. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome Shri Bibi Swain, Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. Honorable Secretary, initiatives such as MSME innovative schemes are indeed crucial in sensitizing India's small and medium businesses on the importance of the role of strong IPR ecosystem. It will go a long way in encouraging creative intellectual endeavor in this crucial industry sector. I am also delighted to welcome Ms. Monica Magnuson, Vice President Ericsson, and Mr. Saurabh Sachdeva, Director IPTSE, for the presence at this important event. We also look forward to your observations during the program. Ladies and gentlemen, I hardly need to emphasize the significance of intellectual property as a foundation and innovation, research and creativity which form the core of knowledge-based economy. India still has much ground to cover in order to become a world-class, innovative and creative nation. We are relatively low level of awareness in the country, particularly the youth, about IPR. In a tech-driven world that rewards innovation, it is important that youngsters understand the benefits of IPR in safeguarding their innovations and creations and the competitive edge that it provides in nation building. India's IPR policy rightly emphasizes the need to encourage and incentivize IP generation and its utilization among students at all levels. In this context, the IPTSE initiative has been playing a valuable role in generating the much needed awareness about IPRs among the youth, who are the innovators and entrepreneurs of tomorrow. The countrywide IP Olympiads organized by Iptse Academy over the years have seen participation of several thousand children and other stakeholders. The Government of India, Honorable Minister, I must say, should be complimented for taking many constructive initiatives that have significantly enhanced IP awareness and sensitivity in the country, including among the country's youth. DPIIT and CPAM in particular have been doing exemplary work in spreading the innovation and IPR culture through its awareness and training programs among target groups like academic institutions. The results are becoming visible in the significantly improved innovation and IP numbers. For instance, India's ranking in the Global Innovation Index saw an impressive rise to 40th position in 2022 from being placed 81st in 2015-16, which is a 41 spot improvement in just 6 years. The recent years have also witnessed a notable rise in India's IP filing numbers, be in patents, trademarks or copyrights. At FICCI, among its many activities related to the protection and enforcement of IP rights, a key focus area has been to sensitize and generate IP awareness among India's youth. We have organized workshops and seminars to educate and impart relevant skills to the youth on IP's huge potential for contributing to national growth and competitiveness. We regularly collaborate with our members and other stakeholders, including with government departments, to conduct sensitization programs for students across the country on a range of IPR subjects. FICCI is delighted to partner with Iptse in organizing this important IP Conclave and awards. I once again express our gratitude to the esteemed dignitaries and participants for their presence today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chawla, for your welcome remarks. I think your observation sets the pace for the rest discussion for the rest of the day today. The Iptse project is India's IP Olympiad, which was started in 2018. And since over 20,000 schools and university students, faculties, working professionals, and startups have participated and benefited in this initiative. I would like to now invite Mr. Saurabh Sachdeva, Director, Iptse Academy, for his observations. Saurabh.
Thank you so much. So, good evening, everyone, and really sorry for my bad throat. So it's actually the talent search examination we conduct on an annual basis, and we're also trying our best. So yes, it is a great honor for me to welcome all the esteemed guests. Shri Som Prakash, Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Shri Bibi Swain, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Honorable Justice Pratibha Maninder Singh, Judge, High Court of Delhi, she is going to join in the evening. And Commodore Amit Rastogi, CMD, NRDC. Thanks for coming. And Professor Dr. Unnat Pandit, Controller General of Patent Designs and Trademarks, Intellectual Property Office. So he is also going to join in the evening. Dr. S. Chatterjee, Senior Director, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Mr. Karan Thapar, Director, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and thanks for supporting the Iptse initiative. CPAM has also joined as a knowledge partner. Mr. Jitendra Vijay, CEO, MITI Startup Hub, he's also going to join today. Ms. Monica Magnuson, Vice President, IPR Policy, Ericsson, thanks. Mr. Urban, Vice President, IPR Marketing and Communication, Ericsson, and thanks to Ericsson for supporting this wonderful initiative. Yes, the partners and the collaborators from the industry and the educational institutions, rank holders of our 5th edition of, and all the delegates. As you all know, that we have gathered here today to culminate for the 5th edition awards of Intellectual Property, Talent Search Examination and IP Conclave. So today we shall be honoring winners of this edition for qualifying this competitive examination. Before I proceed further, I would like to share a brief history about the IPTSC. IPTSC is being administered by the IP Ethicon and Educational Academy, which is a DPIIT registered Indian startup that is working in the domain of IP awareness and capacity building. This idea of this initiative is to identify the talent pool in the country. This is a platform for spreading awareness to generate IP literate human resource who could contribute for the IP ecosystem. It's a matter of great pride to say that IPTSC is reaching out to the youth of country. The growth which we have achieved till date could not have been achieved as a sole runner, but the same is attributed to the various organizations and institutions for their support like AICTE, Ministry of MSME, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, PSCST, NRDC, Ericsson. We are very happy to mention that CPAM is now a knowledge partner to this initiative and FICCI being the award partner. Thank you once again. Just to share some stats as to the impact factor that is initiative has been able to make. Almost we have covered 100 and plus awareness programs, over 1 lakh human connects. Total sign-ups for the various editions are approx 50,000 and approx 20,000 registrations overall we have done till now. So 30 plus MOUs which we have already signed in last few years. The several education institutes, they have also supported very well, thanks to them. Approx 100 plus videos on YouTube channel of IPTSC, approx 100 IP related content on the various social media channels of IPTSC like LinkedIn, Facebook and the other channels. Well, these numbers are just a beginning and there is much more to achieve and we are working for this. We really request more and more people to join for this initiative so that together we can create a positive impact in the society. Since India assumed the G20 presidency this year, the government of India has a clear objective of providing an ecosystem which is beneficial for startups. The 3 key priority agenda topics are innovation, IPR and digital transformation. It is that the IP is going to play its inevitable role towards the inclusive growth. IPTSC will continue with its efforts to promote importance of intellectual property and innovation. With these few words, once again, I warmly welcome all of you and thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh, for that update on the activities by IPTSC, which have indeed been impressive. And IPTSC now has some mementos for presenting to the dignitaries. I would request Saurabh to initiate that process before we move on for the next observations. Thank you. He has to leave? Yes, yes, we'll do it later. We've just been informed that the Honorable Minister Sri Som Prakash Ji has to leave for another meeting. So I would like to now invite the Honorable Minister for his observations. Sir, please come.
Respected Shri Bibi Swain Ji, Secretary MSME, Shri Arun Chawla Ji, DG FICCI, Shri Karan Thapar Ji, Director DPIIT, Ms. Monica Erickson Ji, ladies and gentlemen, and students coming from various parts of the country. I am delighted to be here among all of you on this very important and apt event of intellectual property rights being organized by Iptse and Education Academy a startup initiative in creating awareness among the youth. IPR is an emerging area and the research activities and results are having wider scope in terms of their impact on the people in this country. IPR have gained a lot of recognition in the past few years in India, mainly due to globalized economic activity in India being on the healthy growth path and the efforts made by the government to create enabling environment by way of modernizing the IPR infrastructure as well as implementing various programs for creation of awareness among the professionals as well as general public. I am happy to inform you that the National IPR policy approved in 2016 lays the roadmap for intellectual property in India. I am happy to inform that the Department for Promotion of Industry and International Trade DPIIT under our Ministry of Commerce is mandated to coordinate implementation of Startup India initiative with other government departments like Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Human Resources Development, Ministry of Labour and Employment, and Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Niti Aayog. Today, I am happy to see good number of students who all I have been informed has participated in the IPTSC IP Talent Research Examination and achieved good scores. I am delighted to see this young students from schools and universities showing keen interest in the subject of very important, which is going to be the key for all our future businesses and especially startups. I can surely say that the future is bright for India. On behalf of Ministry, I can assure to extend our full support in this journey to make it a great success story. I wish the event a great success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anil ji, yeah, रख लो. Gentlemen, as the Honorable Minister leaves, we will continue with our session here now. Just to inform you, the support provided by Ericsson for the IPTSE Awards initiative deserves appreciation. This program is greatly helping in instilling the culture of innovation and creativity in India, particularly among youngsters. I would like to now invite Ms. Monica Magnuson, Vice President, IPR Policy, Ericsson, for her remarks. Monica.
Good afternoon, everyone, and my greetings to our esteemed members of the dais, Honorable Minister, dignitaries, delegates, and friends. Thank you for joining us today at the 5th edition of the Intellectual Property Talent Search Examination, IPTSE, and IP Conclave. As you can yourself witness, we are committed to the IP environment of the country, and we're trying our level best in giving back to society by supporting this initiative. We're happy to note that India's G20 presidency for the year of 2023, where 100+ events are expected to take place across the country, with innovation as a key point of discussion. No doubt, with the great initiatives being taken by the Indian government, India is poised to reach greater and greater heights. We're pleased to notice that the overwhelming increase in domestic patent filings has now surpassed the international filings, increasing by more than 50% over the last 7 years. The number of patents granted have increased 5 times over the same period. That's astonishing. There are 420 registered patent facilitators who are supporting Indian innovators and startups in patent filings where the IPO are paying their fee. The total number of registered patent agents in India now stands at 5,000 plus. Also astonishing. Furthermore, we commend the recent announcement by the Intellectual Property Office of several vacancies for experts in various fields who can further contribute to the functioning of the office. These are indicators that India will be able to showcase itself as an innovation hub by the time it celebrates its 100th year of independence in 2047. As Ericsson, we support this development wholeheartedly, having operated in our home country since before its patent office was founded in 1885. We're very happy to note that the Center of Intellectual Property Asset Management, CIPAM, has collaborated with IPTSE. This is a further step taken by the DPIIT in the right direction of raising IP awareness. We thank Madam Shruti Singh, Joint Secretary, and Mr. Karan Tapar for understanding and appreciating the role played by IPTSE and for endorsing the collaboration by CIPAM towards this initiative. We place on record our deepest gratitude for their hard work in this direction. We thank Ms. Aruna Tiwari and her team for their dedication. We're extremely happy to know that there has been significant growth of exam takers. We can mention with great pride that thus far this initiative has created 50,000 human connections, and some participants have also opened up their own startups after having gone through the journey of the IPTSE. Ericsson is a company that lives off of innovation and creativity, and that is the very reason we support this initiative. We have over 60,000 granted patents worldwide. Our yearly investments in R&D of $5 billion, about 18% of our revenue, have made Ericsson a leader in creating each new generation of cellular technology. As an example, we have a landmark 5G patent that shows how to build a complete 5G architecture. With 130 inventors, it is the largest patent application in terms of inventors in the cellular industry in the world. I strongly believe that the IPTSE initiative has and will keep forwarding individuals in their career paths. There have been 100+ individuals who have been given internships as a result of following the program. We encourage many more industries, corporations, and law firms to support this initiative so that it can be even more impactful, meaningful, and holistic. We will once again thank Vicky for coming up as an award partner. CPAM for collaborating as a knowledge partner, AICTE, Ministry of MSME, and Ministry of ICT for all their support that truly enhances the credibility of this entire initiative. I would also like to commend the good work of an Indian registered startup, IP Ethicon, an educational academy, for successfully conducting IPTSE, and I must call out the names of those who have worked relentlessly towards this program. Saurabh Sachdeva, Hitaishi Siveri, Utkarsh Agarwal, Anurit Sindhu, and the whole team. I look forward to the interactive panel discussions, and I'm truly excited to witness the award ceremony that is just a couple of hours away. Many thanks to all of you, and my very best wishes for the program.
Thank you, Monica, for those comments. Thank you, Monica, for your comments on how Ericsson is helping the IPTSC initiative, which is indeed very impressive. The MSME sector, which is widely acknowledged for its innovative nature and abilities, has a very pivotal role in Indian economy. And IP rights play an all-important part in this growth and success. I'll now invite Shri Bibi Swain, Secretary MSME, for his observations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would say my old friend Arun Chawla ji. I mean, this thing. Ma'am Monica, Sri Saurabh Sachdeva, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my pleasure to participate in the inaugural session of the 5th edition of IPTSC Awards and IP Conclave today. As I was waiting, I was reading of your brochure, which is very interesting, and I really appreciate for the sheer clarity of it. I think the vision is written as the goal of IPTSC is to establish an ecosystem for intellectual property in which individuals recognize the importance of IP rights and work to incorporate them into their everyday lives. I think I would really appreciate for the sheer clarity of it. It's very, very well written, well drafted, and I wish every vision of every organization is as clear as yours. I wish to congratulate the organizers of the event. This event is extremely relevant to my ministry, since one of our focus areas is to protect innovative ideas through the provisions of intellectual property right, which enables the MSME sector to progress further. Micro, small and medium enterprises in the country are the driving force leading to a large number of innovations, and they contribute to the growth of the Indian economy through employment creation, investment and exports. In the 21st century, innovation and creativity are the driving forces behind India's competitiveness and economic future. I must commend the work Iptse, an Indian registered and awarded startup, for launching a unique initiative of organizing IP Olympiad across the country. I'm indeed happy to see that this initiative has led to sensitizing several thousands of students across India from schools and universities. This sort of Olympiad not only enables students to learn from IP experts in the field, but also learn the nuances which help in real implementation of IP in the field. I would like to mention that my ministry has been supportive of the initiatives. The Ministry of MSME has set up 88 intellectual property right facilitation centers throughout the country. This has been done through the S2L MSME Innovative Scheme, building awareness of intellectual property rights, which is a component of the MSME Champions program. I would encourage various schools and universities to have their students participate in similar examinations, as this will not only help in building better resumes, but will result in emergence of learned scholars who can contribute to inclusive growth. I'm happy to know that IPTSC offers the rank holders with an internship. Besides getting them an internship with Ericsson and FICCI, ma'am, my personal congratulations. And I think it's a great participation which Ericsson and FICCI are doing in this particular field. I'm sure that these internships will help them gain on-ground experience. It's so encouraging to see teachers and students who have come to receive that well-deserved awards for having cleared the 5th edition of IPTSC and IP Olympiad. I would like to congratulate all the awardees today and wish them all the very best. I think I'll end with what Mr. Saurabh Sachdeva has written here. He has written, "What we do matters." I do appreciate that what you do does matter. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Swain, for your comments and your thoughts on the IPR aspects of India's MSME sector. As we come to the end of this session, inaugural session, I'll invite Hiteshi Trivedi of IPTSE for the vote of thanks. Hiteshi.
Honorable Minister of State for Government and Industry, Shri Som Prakash ji, respected Secretary MSME Government of India, Shri Bibi Swain ji, Mr. Arun Chawla, DG FICCI, Ms. Monica Magnuson, Vice President IPR Policy Ericsson, and Mr. Saurabh Sachdeva, Director IPTSC. A very good afternoon to all of you and all the esteemed dignitaries who have joined us today on the dais. We are honored to have you all us with today and grace this important event of the 5th edition of IPTSC Awards and IP Conclave. IPTSC, in its endeavor to create awareness about IP, has taken this big task of reaching out to the youth of the country through educational institutions and cultivating the importance of IP right at the school level by organizing the IP Talent Search examination. We are happy to share that with the support of various government bodies, our industry partner Ericsson, and the other agencies, we have successfully culminated the 5th edition of IPTSC in a row. We are thankful to our partners from the government, academia, industry, CPAM for being the knowledge partner, and FICCI for being the award partner and extending the support for this event. Our heartfelt thanks to the educational institutions without whom this event would not have been possible. They have conveyed their overwhelming participation and have made this event a great success. Respected Swain sir, we are really thrilled to learn from you that the ministry is extending all the possible support to MSME sector in creating awareness about IP and patenting and making them globally competitive. Thank you, Ms. Monica, for your valuable insights on the subject and support to this event. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Mr. Arun Chawla, Mr. Dipankar, CPAM team and the FICCI team for being a great partner for this event. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the dignitaries leave, kindly remain seated as we move on to the next session, where we have several senior representatives from the government presenting their observations. And I would invite Dr. Sheetal Chopra of Ericsson to moderate this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's always a nostalgia for me to be in FICCI because this is the place where I spent more than 8 years of my career thus far. Like I was saying in the morning, FICCI has been my maiden, family as well as marriage family, if I may say, Maika and Sasural both. So today I am actually wearing 3 hats. Not only that I am speaking on behalf of Ericsson as their India lead for IPR policy, actually several hats, but out of the all 3 that I am mentioning, another is being the honorary advisor for this initiative for which we are all here. I wish the room was full, but I think the program had to be preponed a bit and we are expecting more and more people to join. But it's good that room is as warm as I would have loved to see. And the third hat that I am wearing is also as the co-chair for the IPR policy subcommittee at FICCI. So a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. But I'm good. I'm really feeling happy to see you all here. With this, let me please invite the panel members here, all the dignitaries who you can now see on the dais very soon. Commodore Amit Rastogi ji, CMD NRDC, so may I please invite you to be on the dais. And please big round of applause. Khana khaya hai sabne? So this clap should give out more louder voice next time. Now when I invite Karan ji, please Karan ji come here on the dais. Mr. Karan Thapar, Director DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. We were to have also Dr. S. Chatterjee, Senior Director METI, but I believe he is not yet here. I think there has been last minute. He is there? So you were not there in the front. I kept looking for you. Please come. Please come. I'm really sorry, sir, I couldn't see you. It's my mistake. Dr. S. Chatterjee, Senior Director METI. So very happy to see you here. Also, may I invite Mr. Jitendra Vijay, CEO, METI Startup Hub. Okay, I won't come in between the addresses now and I will straight away invite Amit sir to please come and deliver your address, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Yes, okay. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here back once again. Last year we met in April for the 4th edition of IPTSC Award and IP Conclave. And this is one subject which is, I would say, is dear to us, mainly because being an NRDC, this is our basic charter for which the organization was created sometime in 1953, way back in 1953, with 70-year-old organization primarily dealing into technology transfer and IPR portfolio management. So that's why this subject is very, very dear to all of us. Role of IPTSC, I think all of us have heard in the first session. I think is very unique because everyone has been talking about IPR awareness, and this is one organization which is putting things into action, where everyone on a piecemeal basis, whether it is a university, academia, any other organization, we conduct workshops, but they're all, I would say, the ad hoc measures. This is one such structured effort which we get to see on part of IPTSC, which is happening year by year. And we are in the 5th edition. It shows that it has proved its efficacy. So that is why we get to see that it is happening the 5th year in succession. I think your effort to reach out to the students and academia, it's a right step in that direction. Mainly because when we say that the IPR awareness, can it happen all of a sudden when you tend to become an entrepreneur when you register for a startup, or should it happen in the initial stages of your curriculum or education? So rightly so, IPTSC is focusing on taking the IP awareness among students, and which is very, very important, and we get to see this happening. You are sowing seeds amongst them to become an entrepreneur of sorts in the times to come. And also we see that our national IPR policy also envisages IP to be the backbone of the businesses or the startups which are getting formed. So with IP to be the backbone, and why it is so, I think to this audience this is not required to be repeated, but yes, why it is important is mainly because it gives you an edge, it allows you to be competitive, and it allows you to focus primarily in enhancing your economy. It allows you to be competitive in the world market. So is the IP a thing which is happening for the first time, or IP awareness, or taking cognizance of creation of IP? No. I think time immemorial, if you look at from the first industrial revolution to second to third and fourth, innovations have been happening. It means the IPs were getting created, innovations were happening, IPs were getting created. But were they getting protected? Were they getting monetized? Not too sure. But I think in today's time, what we see is that there is a concerted effort towards the IP protection and monetization. And that is what makes this ecosystem, or especially the environment today, IP centric. And what appeals me, especially when you do an analogy between an IP versus a house property, is mainly because it's a property which you own. Obviously, it needs to be protected first, is the base in basic simple terms, and it needs to be monetized. It means you need to rent it out to take value out of it. That is, I think, the basic thing which we are taking it to the students, and also to tell them that they must realize the IP. First of all, it means through IPR awareness. Then you protect it, and then you monetize it. So IPTSC is doing that work of creating awareness, and the subsequent action of protection and monetization happens when they reach the stages of entrepreneurship. We have also seen, I think, from 2016 onwards, how the startup ecosystem is shaping up, with 417 odd startups to now 84,000 plus startups. And they're all primarily based on innovation, deep tech, technology based startups. So if innovation is the backbone of, or it becomes the basis for these startups to get established, then shouldn't the IP be taken cognizance of, or shouldn't IP be protected? Because that is something which will make them competitive. That is why all the government policies, actions which are being taken by the government of India, actions being taken primarily through an organization like NRDC, is IP centric. So that there are, first of all, the importance gets passed on and gets conveyed. Secondly, the means gets created, and those means have got created primarily, I would say, in last couple of years through an organization like NRDC. So when we say that basically in an innovation-led, startup-driven economy, IP is the key. So with that, now, since this particular session is about government remarks, it means as to what government actions are primarily into this domain. It would be very, very apt to convey to all of you what is NRDC doing, and how is NRDC, as National Research Development Corporation, we are placed to support IP activity amongst the startups community. First and foremost, as I told you, that we are a 70-year-old organization created in 1953, primarily for technology commercialization, especially the technologies which come out of the public funded research labs, primarily for CSIR labs, and then IPR portfolio management also has got added to our mandate. And this is one which we are fulfilling through the various schemes and the programs what we have at NRDC. And over these many years, I think NRDC has developed sufficient strength. If you look at the statistics, we have filed, or we have 2,000 odd patents have got granted through NRDC. 5,500 technology commercializations have happened. And we are a technology data bank which has got the technologies not only from CSIR labs, but also from individual inventors, innovators, academia, I would say the universities, are also assigning their technologies to NRDC and taking support of NRDC for first of all IP protection and then commercialization. We are primarily a bridge, I would say, between the inventors and innovators and the industry. How does that bridge function? I think obviously we have our own promotional programs which we run on behalf of Government of India, and we have our commercial programs as well. So the technology transfer becomes a very, very important activity, and before we get the technologies assigned to NRDC, we also look at whether that particular technology has been protected or not. So that's where the role of providing assistance for IP protection comes in. So we have two major programs primarily running on behalf of Government of India. One is PIII scheme, we call it, that is Program for Inspiring Inventors and Innovators. Another one is Program for Development of Technologies for Commercialization. So if I will give you a bit of details, because that would be of, I would say, use to the student community, because they are the ones who are sort of now receiving awards, and they are understanding the concept of IP, and that will help them to ideate around the subjects of their choice, or maybe the technologies which are available at maybe NRDC or any other place. So through ideation, the one looks at establishing a business. So it means this, the seed is already sown. So that is why I thought I will share with you as to how you can take support from NRDC through these schemes. So we have under PIII, there is a scheme called Technology Development, Validation and Commercialization TDVC scheme. Very unique scheme which started actually this year. Every time we say that the scheme comes out from Government of India, there must be some stake in it, there must be some motive. But this is one scheme where the motive is only the growth of a startup. There is no other motive to it. It means it's a grant in aid to the tune of around 1 crore, which is given for upscaling of your technology from TRL 2 to 4 to 6 to 8. That is in first phase, and then also another crore is given for commercialization. So it's a unique, I think, support which is available. Then we provide patent assistance free of cost on obviously the pie being limited on a first come first serve basis, or depending upon, I think, the IP which you want to get it protected, how useful it is primarily to the society, whether it is into the manufacturing sector or it is deep tech. We take a look at that and provide support to anyone whosoever comes to us. Then there are incubation centers which NRDC has been managing, and to give you the good news, I think in last 1 year we have scaled up from 1 incubation center to 3, and we are now this year targeting another 2 more. So we have 3 incubation centers. One is at NRDC headquarters at Delhi, and 2 are running with the CSIR NAL lab and IMMT Bhubaneswar. So you have these incubation centers where again should startup take shape and they want to incubate, so you have a support mechanism available, and again through them IP support is very much available. Then we have PDTC, which I was mentioning, that is Program for Development of Technologies for Commercialization. So that is the I would say the program where the entire knowledge base of NRDC lies, because that's we've been doing for last so many years. Technology transfer, and in technology transfer, the technology, the way it gets developed in the lab, doesn't reach the market in the same form. There is a value addition which is required to be done, and that support through value addition on those technologies, whether it is through a market survey, basic engineering design packages, know-how document, feasibility study reports, DPRs. So there is a financial support which is provided for creation of all those, so that the technology becomes ready, and also for prototype trials, for doing your regulatory compliances. So there is a financial support which is available under this scheme. We have another unique scheme called seed funding, in which we provide support to the tune of around 30 lakhs for technology commercialization. So should there be a requirement of finances, primarily if you are cash strapped, then this is one scheme which can be thought of. And being in one place doesn't help. Being in Delhi, available only to a smaller community, doesn't work. And especially when we've seen that how the industrial clusters are getting established. MSMEs also have got industrial clusters pan-India. So we are also making an effort to reach out to very many regions. We have one center in Visakhapatnam, which we were running on behalf of MSME. IPFC was established there. And one we have recently inaugurated in Pune, which will look after the western region. Third, we are going to inaugurate in this month, or maybe I would say the early next month, which is already ready, at Guwahati to look after the northeastern region. So I am sharing all this is mainly because need not necessarily come to NRDC at Delhi. You will have all these centers co-located to the place where you are going to be. So, and we have also been directed recently, we had a honorable minister's visit to NRDC. So Jammu is another area, as it means in north we did not have any presence, so that is one area which we are looking at establishing another outreach center. And this is what as part of the promotional program, so it means if you look at it, there is a 360-degree support which is available to a startup, right from ideation to a product launch. It means you have the startup mentoring and monitoring support, seed funding support, IP assistance support, and commercialization support available at NRDC. And we have our known network labs as part of CSIR and other institutes with whom we have an MOU. So should there be requirement of any testing requirements, so those things are also available through our network labs. Just to give you a confidence as to how we are sort of keeping ourselves focused on, and how the government is keeping themselves focused on creation of IP and protection of IP. This is would be quite evident from, I think, the 2 or 3 schemes which I will share with you. One is that as part of Ministry of Heavy Industries, we are providing them the consultancy support for in their capital goods phase 1 and phase 2 scheme, in which NRDC's sole job is to identify the IP which is getting created in those projects. And the entire project is worth 1200 crores. So you can look at it. I think government is not looking at merely providing the support, but also looking at how the IP which is getting generated gets retained primarily for for further commercialization, so that one can reach out to more people rather than it getting restricted to few of them. And then we also are part of the Startup India program, wherein as part of the Inter-Ministerial Board, we scrutinize applications primarily for tax exemptions for the startups. And with IOCL, we are doing the startup mentoring and monitoring program, a very successful scheme. Again, there is a model where the PSUs are utilizing their the startup, I would say not startup fund, but yes, the CSR fund and startup fund as well, to identify the gaps and engage startups in creating innovative solutions for filling those gaps. And in that bargain, the IP gets created. And where does it get supported? Again, I would say the NRDC. So there is lots of IP creation which is happening, and also the mechanisms are in place through PSUs, through governmental schemes for the IP support. We have also established MOUs with very many entities, not only Indian but also in the foreign collaborations, like with ARDO, with USPTO, with EBTC. Also within India, we have MOUs with MDL, Hindustan Shipyard, Shri Ram Research Institute, so and WIPO Green. So this is to give you a confidence that yes, should there be a requirement in any one of these domains, you will have a support available. And to this audience, I think important to share, though we are ideating around that concept, but I thought it would be good to share with all of you that we are also looking at providing all these supports at one place. Like, we don't have a TRL assessment facility available anywhere, and this is a very, very important activity. Or do we have an IP exchange? No. So we are looking at one organization, maybe NRDC, proposing that concept, wherein you will have the TRL assessment facility, IP exchange, technology transfer facility, model incubation center, design clinic, which is going to be part of that. So that is one organization which will give you that ecosystem for making use of the facilities which are going to be available. So all in all, I think NRDC is quite geared up, and I'm quite excited about supporting this particular domain, especially for which all of us have gathered here today, and we are ready to meet those challenges. And today, especially on this occasion, I would like to convey thanks to IPTSC, FICCI, for having invited NRDC to share what they've been doing for the benefit of the community. And I wish this event all the very best success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, and it is always encouraging to hear you. You are full of energy and lots of information, and it is good to see how NRDC is actually coming up so well. Year and year it's growing, and the system that you just mentioned of that one will get an IP exchange and so many other things right at the same, it reminds me of Shopper Stop, where you don't have to go at any other place, but it's one-stop shop for all your IP needs. And I wish you all the very best, sir. And another thing, as you can see on the banner, everywhere you see NRDC logo, it itself shows how much active the organization is. And we also have PSCST and so many other. We have METI Startup Hub. So thank you so much, sir. I think presence of so many ministries only enhances the credibility of this whole initiative, and hence the importance of IP. Sir, I just wanted to share one small thing with you. And this is totally as a result of our experience seeing IPTSC for the past 5 years, and I request all of you to maybe give your own views. Okay, I'm just reminding it's not a panel discussion, but it keeps coming out. So for example, if we go to any education institute and you talk to students about this IP and you want them to take an exam, first is they don't know why should they do it, because it's neither maths nor science, which they read almost every in and out, and then there is digital thing that they have to read up so many things, and now one more IP has come. I was thinking, how can we crack the code, right? We can't offer them jobs. All we can offer is some internships, like we've done 100 plus at least in Ericsson. We are asking others to do so. But जब तक वो पैसा नहीं दिखता ना, job नहीं दिखता, it's very difficult to make sure that they become part of the ecosystem. एक छोटी सी बात दिमाग में आ रही थी while you were speaking, and yesterday when we spoke at your office, how can we make these young students part of government? For example, not that कि उनको job देना है, but some way you collaborate with them. For example, can we organize some hackathons with them? MSME में सतीश जी को याद होगा, some years ago, 3-4 years ago, just before COVID, MSME had run a hackathon for the young students, and they said create some logo for MSME. और उनको and one happened where you asked them to create a logo for the ministry for some work, and they created, and the student was given, the winner was given 50,000 rupees. Some way, whichever work you all are doing, some way try to have students into your own. Can that happen, sir? Would you like to just give a quick comment, and then I'll invite you for your remarks, sir?
I think it's a very important thing. I can say our ministry is having a very good and vibrant platform, MyGov, and that has been used for onboarding public, inputs for all the government decision making. You see any new education policy or come out with a health scheme, every ministry is now using the MyGov platform for such activity or decision making. So that, and also we have designed our Digital India logo through some students. You must know. Of course, G20 logo and other things are coming from students and young entrepreneurs. So that is one of the vibrant platform from 2014, or Honorable Prime Minister had initiated that our ministry is doing. So that can be utilized.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, any comments from you on this? How can we have them to be your equal partners, the students?
I think I'll just divide this question in two parts. One is that you're looking at as to how as an organization, how can we contribute? Or are you looking at whether this should become a structured thing wherein the student, when he comes out of school, he gets empowered with this knowledge. So see, in a ad hoc manner, you cannot possibly do something which will remain with a student unless it becomes part of a curriculum. Because whatever subjects we study in school, it does not have a direct link to your pay packet or what is that which you're going to earn. This is to empower you primarily at that stage, that this is one subject which you can possibly make use of when you do certain things at later part of time in your life. So it means it should be part of the curriculum, wherein they are taught what is IP right from the beginning itself. Second thing is, as organization, yes, everyone has got their own ways and means of doing it. And RDC, we conduct IPR awareness workshop, which I would say that we did it primarily for Isha Vidya schools in South India, where 600 odd students got together, and then we gave them this analogy which I just gave, house property vis-a-vis IP. So it made sense to them, and so that's how, in a layman terms, or basically in a very lucid form, it has to be conveyed to a student, rather than linking it up with what will they get out of it.
Correct.
There was a question which came out from them, can there be a career around this? So not necessarily that whatever you're doing should translate into a direct career. You can, whatever you're studying will become beneficial to you. Suppose you become an entrepreneur. Then.
So very important point. This reminds me, few years ago when we were discussing, IP was very niche. तो हम ये बोलते थे कि जैसे like you teach your students civic sense, like some elderly come to your home and you say namaste, or you touch feet of your elderly. It's like something that you build in their DNA structure. Similarly, for students, it has to come into their fabric, like when they are born and then they are growing up, it should become a household name, IP and patterns. And if student is doing something good, child is doing something good, encourage and pat on the back. So thank you so much, sir. And Dipankar, you have a work now. Sir has said that maybe IP needs to it should become part of the course curriculum. Maybe we can work together and see how we work with NCRT, UGC, and how we can help them build certain content around it, which can go into the books without students getting more thicker books, but thinner ones. So we have a work. Thank you so much, sir. And Karanji, how would you like to comment on this?
Thank you, Sheetal. In fact, just for the benefit of the audience and for everyone here, you mentioned about curriculum. In fact, CPAM has been instrumental in bringing IP into the course curriculum for high school, for NCRT. We today have IPR specifically as a dedicated subject in the commerce stream of class 12.
In the commerce stream of class 12.
So I think that's something that was spoken about, and that's something that, because we realize that, as Rastogi sir mentioned, that this is not something.
Tell you that how fast Government of India implements the program. Yeah. So I just made a suggestion and he has implemented.
And it has to go to science student and commerce.
Yes, this is something that can be expanded on, but as I think we've already started on this course, and with the Ministry of Education and HRD, this initiative was sort of conceptualized, and it's there already. It's sort of seen the light of the day. And I think, yes, in fact, in CPAM, I think we see students as a very important part of the community, and without them, we do not really see any success ratio happening, because we involve them in every event or activity that we carry out. There are several competitions that we do. For instance, we created a website for Indian GIs, and the entire website was designed through a competition. All the pictures were invited from the student community. Then we recently had a sort of a competition for would be the best photograph, and then that would get copyrighted of a GI, Indian GI, to make sure that they are not only involved, but then they also understand the need for protecting their IP and then leveraging and commercializing that IP.
Very
so all through the course of our journey over the last 5 years, CPAM has actually looked at the youth, the young mind, as something which is the most fertile and something which needs to be cultivated with the knowledge of IP.
Very good. And CPAM, like counterparts in other parts of the world, we don't have. This is a unique initiative from India, correct?
It is one of the unique initiatives.
At least from within the ministry.
Yes. It's something which is sort of closely working as part of the department.
Very good. Thank you.
And we've seen a lot of synergies between what IPTSC is doing and what CPAM. That's why
we are together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, Jitender, just to give you some input, IPTSC, ma'am, after this, please allow till that time, we'll get to you. So there are almost 3 students from different education institutions who have opened up their startup after having taken this examination. So this is happening, and you are the custodian in India for startups. So how will you?
I wouldn't say custodian, but just one of the caretakers. One of the caretakers,
Yes.
and the younger one in that category, right? I'll, to revert to this question, I'll give you 4 different ways that MIT is doing it, or at least we are looking at. One is, for example, currently under G20, we are doing Digital Innovation Alliance program, and the logo of that is being hosted on MyGov to be designed by the public. As our Prime Minister says, Jan Jagrita and Jan Bhagidari. So we want the input and we want inclusiveness and representation from population when we do anything. Second is on the scheme level. We have a scheme called Tide 2.0, under which one of the component is EIR, Entrepreneur in Residence, where we give up to 4 lakh rupees for idea validation. So that doesn't really distinguish between a startup, because a startup that already has an idea, registration, etc., and scaling up is different than one that's looking to validate idea. So we are doing that on scheme level. Third thing that I'll tell you is that we work closely with our corporates and other partners to bring innovation and resources to startups. We have a program going on with Meta currently, where Meta is giving up to 20 lakh rupees of grant to startups, and that's 40 startups across India, and 50,000 rupees of award to college students, and 80 of them for building XR technology validated ideas. So Meta is actually putting $2 million for the XR ecosystem development program with the MSH currently. That's the third way that we are helping take it to the not only startups but entrepreneurs, distinguishing between the structure of an entity. Fourth thing we are doing is that we actually hire YPs, young professionals that are coming out of colleges. So we haven't gone to high school level yet. And also during COVID, we had done some internship program for students to come and work in the ministry in different divisions. So that is also happening. And Dr. Chatterjee is my senior in the ministry, and I work with his guidance. And one of the programs we are conceptualizing, sir, as we discussed, is something called Deep Tech EIR Fellows Program, Deep Tech Entrepreneur in Residence Program, where we are looking to get actually, be it MTech, postdoc, etc., to focus on commercialization of deep tech technologies that are sitting idle in various COEs. So sir may talk more about it in his remarks. So we are actively engaging in harvesting and harnessing the power of the young mind that is being developed in our colleges and university. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the remarks. I know this just came as a, this was not expected, we'll do a panel, but I think we wanted to make it dynamic. Thanks for cooperating with me. And we now have remarks from you, sir, and we are at 4:15 and we've got 15 minutes to close, so I think you three have 5 minutes each. Yeah.
Thank you. As you all know, we are concentrating on digital technology. Our ministries are having an entire ecosystem from starting from supporting R&D organization, creating knowledge base technologies, and for last 2 decades we are promoting IP cultures in the country on this space. As Jeet mentioned, we are from 2014 onwards we have created more than 100 center of excellence in all digital technology, and as Tide 2.0 we are having it 51 incubation centers. So if you see the entire ecosystem, we are actually working on around 1500 startups and entrepreneurs. So if you see the last few years, there is a startup and entrepreneurship registration, nearly 80,000 have been already registered. We are talking about 100 plus unicorns. But if you see, the revenue generation is not happening. So you have to see the problem area as well. So why it is happening? Because we do not know how to protect our technology, how it should be actually properly file IP, and how it would be taking the important parts of that IP or the knowledge base as a license, and how it will be sold to the entire globe. So in this space requires a focus. So as Jeet mentioned, we are trying to create now, because METI Startup Hub is already there, we are trying to seeing that all that ecosystem in one platform, so that industry or academia or the R&D organization can work together in a seamless manner, so that whoever is requiring some services, some testing, certification, or some deep tech problem statement to work on. So it should be a seamless process. It should not come to the ministry and do so. So JIT is driving that message. And now we have found for last 3 years, especially, we are working on all the emerging technologies areas. I was earlier, before one of the predecessors, I'm taking up these 2-3 areas. I was working on a materials, photonics, additive manufacturing, IoT sensors. There we have created from 19 to till date 19 typical center of excellences using the state government fundings, industry fundings, where big industry like Tata, Greenco, and NTPC, GAIL are joined with that ecosystem, and where the target is not a research papers or patent or anything. It is a target to create deep tech startup, and these deep tech startups will be utilized by these companies for developing their solutions. So actually I am interested to give you the plethora of opportunities where IP is required to be filed, and it should be protected, and it should be monetized through proper licensing. So METI is working, and we are having one program, as you must be knowing, SEEP EIT was supporting to the small MSMEs for startup, for filing IPs. So that is closed in November. Now we are having a new avatar of that program, where we have found that initial days there was a filing, afterwards there was some issues. We found what has happened. So you should see outreach, just mentioned the knowledge to the students is not there. Forget about students in our country, you do not have a knowledge to the guys, the business guys, or the small industries, entrepreneurs. So we have to sensitize this community. They are already working in some space. We require to protect their knowledge, innovation, invention. So these are the things require another scheme. So we are coming out that scheme. And all those ecosystem 100 plus COEs or incubation centers I told you, so there should be an outreach program in around the country, so that we should capture those ideas and file IPs through our system, so that IP for those MSMEs or SME sectors can be enhanced. So these are some of the schemes we are working on.
Yeah, thank you so much. While I was hearing you, I think you gave a seed to a new thought. So for example, in India, whenever annual reports are to be filed by businesses to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, annual report, if you look at so many Indian companies, annual report, you won't see IP as a component there. Neither licensing out nor licensing in is considered, is even looked at, primarily because there is nothing of IP that they are doing. But what I believe, and if you all agree, I think the taxation and Ministry of Corporate Affairs could make it as a mandatory to just submit the information. If there is nothing, say NA, but each time they put NA, they will be reminded, oh, there is something on IP that we as a business needs to do. It's like putting a pin to them, and one day they'll create. So I think those are the trigger points we have to right now do in some way, and maybe FICCI can do that work and work with the ministry to have that embedded into the annual report as a mandatory thing. There is nothing if I have just to put NA, not necessarily that I have to create it right at that time. But yes, but thanks for giving me that thought, sir. And now let me turn to Karanji for your remarks.
Thank you, Jigal. First of all, a very warm good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and to all the esteemed colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. I think first of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate IP Ethicon and IPTSE for the commendable work that has been done. I think the kind of numbers, the kind of traction they have generated over the last 5 years is just commendable and exemplary, and actually deserves a sort of warm ovation. So congratulations to the team. Yes. And I think it's also quite infectious and motivating for other organizations to actually emulate these principles. And I think being from CPAM, we believe that such organizations are actually at the very seed of what CPAM does. So just as a background, I think CPAM was a cell which was created around 5 years back. I think 6, yeah. So we came up in 2017, subsequent to the creation of the National IPR policy. with the objective of really furthering the objectives that are enshrined in the policy, that is awareness and generation of IPs, stronger commercialization, and obviously stronger enforcement. And I think these are the main pillars that the CPAM has been working on. I think we heard the minister and we heard the secretary on the kind of consistent efforts that have been taken in the last few years to promote innovation and entrepreneurship. With this increased focus on innovation and research, I think a parallel need was felt to also make sure that there is enough awareness and the need for protecting and leveraging your IP to gain that commercial edge. And this is why CPAM as an organization has reached out to institutions all across the country. I think we have had an outreach of more than 3,000 programs over the period of our establishment, with schools in fact, COVID was a time when we faced challenges, but then we sort of revamped and changed our working style, and I think thanks to the digital age and to the penetration of ICT across the country, that we could reach out to, in fact, the most remotest parts of the country and actually take our initiatives down to tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. So I think IPTSC, which is again looking at multiple levels, for instance, I believe that the sign-ups are happening not just at the university or college level, but even among the school students. CPAM also has had a similar approach when approaching both academy and industry. We have tried to penetrate down to each and every level. Starting with our school initiatives, for instance, as I mentioned, we've already worked very closely with the Ministry of Higher Education as well as the Ministry of School Education and incorporated IP as part of the course curriculum. We've been working with institutions such as Atal Innovation Mission, which is part of the Niti Aayog, and sort of looking at imparting more education on IP education and through the Atal Tinkering Labs, through the infrastructure of the Atal Tinkering Labs. Likewise, another very important piece of our efforts has been to train the teachers actually, and actually have these train the trainer programs, whereby we've created modules through which teachers can come on board. They could learn the IP curriculum and then further become as spearheads of taking that education forward. Apart from that, I believe we've also reached out to central universities. There is in fact a financial scheme that we introduced around 4 years back, which is the scheme for IPR, scheme for pedagogy and research in IPR education, through which we've created IPR chairs in 18 central and state universities, which are again supporting the IP education in these universities. We've sort of helped them create more research papers, bring in IP as part of the curriculum, actually look to design programs, certificate programs, diploma programs, whereby people could actually learn the subject and then make it as a career option for them going forward. As part of our WIPO, CPAM is also in fact the national focal point for the WIPO TISC program, which is the Technology Innovation Support Centers. There are currently 12 of these TISCs that have been established in the country. Again, I sort of take this platform to announce that we are in the process of expanding that TISC initiative, and there are around 30 more institutions that are coming on board very soon. So this again will look, these TISCs are actually looking again to facilitate patent filing, support IP generators in protecting their IP, and then also help them in IP commercialization programs. I think apart from just these awareness initiatives, as Amir Rastogi sir also mentioned, how NRDC is looking to sort of collaborate with technology transfer offices, we are also moving forward in our journey to make sure that IP commercialization becomes an important topic that is discussed, and there are actually arrangements to make sure that these technology transfer licensing agreements happen more smoothly. Yeah. As part of these initiatives, we have reached out to several TTOs. We have in fact in collaboration with Sadhguru Consultants and Danish Embassy have actually come out with a report on what could be done in this area, what further steps are required, and that report was launched last year as well as part of one of our initiatives. Then moving on to IP enforcement, I think every right holder requires certain degree of security that his IP, once protected, would also be sort of enforced, and there are mechanisms to enforce his rights, which is the case with all property rights. And thereby I think we've reached out to a lot of different agencies which are enforcing these rights. It could be the local police agencies, it could be border agencies, it could be judicial academies, and as part of our continuous drive to create sensitization among these enforcement agencies, we've carried out more than 100 different initiatives all across the country with several police academies, with national police academies, state police academies, with customs academy, with national judicial academies. We have come out with a lot of literature on sort of essential toolkit for police. We're continuously sort of improving on our publications and making them more attractive and easy for the different enforcement officers to comprehend. Another piece in which CPAM is sort of working on is the Startup India program, and as part of the DPIT Startup IP Protection program, there are sort of ongoing collaborations with different startups. The Startup IP Protection program has been ongoing for over 6 years, and one of the key components of that program is the facilitation that is offered by offered to these IP right holders. Recently, the amount of facilitation, the reimbursement of fee was sort of enhanced 5 times. It was enhanced 5 times to make sure that these more and more facilitators can come on board, and there is sort of an incentive to provide these services at the best standards. Apart from that, there are also initiatives that have been taken to reduce the filing fee for several entities. This has given actually a spurt to a lot of domestic filing. In fact, we've observed that ever since these initiatives have taken, the domestic filings have actually gone up to the extent that over the last 4 quarters, among the last 4 quarters, there are 2 quarters where domestic filings actually surpassed foreign filings in India, which is a significant trend and a trend that we are proud of through CPAM and DPIT. Having said that, I think we believe that this is an endeavor which is sort of, given the length and the breadth and the geography and the diversity of this country, this is an endeavor which no one institution or one body can carry out. I think that's why a whole of government approach is something that our leadership is also always talking of, but we also need equivalent support from the private partnerships. And I think this forum, whereby FICCI, the IP Ethicon has been able to bring all these players together, is something which is very commendable. And I think I would just, to end my remarks, just like to thank everyone present here. And I think both IPTSC and CPAM would like to just continue to strive to impart more training to youths and make sure that they develop an entrepreneurial mindset and are able to actually leverage their IP as well, and sort of bring more benefits to themselves firstly and later on to the country. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And like you mentioned about private bodies, you mentioned IP Ethicon and FICCI. Ericsson is also there. And we are already supporting these initiatives. But thank you so much. And by no way I want to increase any workload on you, but whatever work you all are doing in different ministries has to really reach the last point. And one of the ways is, like we were discussing yesterday in our brainstorming, could you do an IP podcast? Why not? I mean, you take some YouTuber who is very well known and ask him to do these podcasts. You know, that is where people are hooked on to, not in the rooms. You won't see them here in the room, but on a YouTube channel. There are so many watching this program right now. Jeet, over to you.
You got me at the right moment, right? Just drinking water. No, I think this is good, but let's get a little excited. I think this is like too quiet and just getting so serious.
Thoda sa smile.
Right? Okay. But the idea is that, as Sheetal was mentioning, how do you take it to the masses, or what do you do? And last year when I was here, we talked about rights. We look at property rights and our financial rights and our FDs, how we protect them. But we really don't care about the IP that's our, right in here. But today I want to focus on building that narrative. Because if you look at what is innovation, the other word for that is evolution. Evolution and innovation, the only difference is evolution is nature driven and it's the process of the growth history. From cognitive revolution, which give man the brain, power and the bandwidth to think about how do you allocate resources and utilize what's available, leading to agricultural revolution, that leading to scientific revolution. Then we all know about the industrial revolution of 1900s and now. So revolutions have been happening because that's the human nature for figuring out ways to increase comfort and access to resources for our own consumption at some level. Now, if we look at it today, what is happening today? AI is taking over the decision making from a human being. AI is doing most of the decision making, and give 10 years, we'll literally be outsourcing all decision making to an AI engine. Look at the IoT, robotics, and Industry 4.0. That has changed the relationship between man and machine on a factory floor. It's completely changed. Some places it's complementing it, some places it's substituting it, some places it's augmenting it. But that's changed completely. Not talk about metaverse, extended reality, augmented reality. That's changing the existence of human nature. So, and all these things have happened in the last 30 odd years that we are talking about, right? AI and the Industry 4.0 and the metaverse and augmented reality. Now multiply it in the next 10 years or 20 years. Do you think this is the end of it all? This is the beginning. Why? Because the amount of energy that's out there in the world, right? The solar energy, for example, we only take maybe what sun produces in 9 hours for literally lighting the world for a year. Now, if we learn to harness the energy better, and that's ultimately that's what it is all about, energy transformation leading to innovation, ultimately providing better comfort and resources for the human consumption. Now, that is the context setting that we have to build in the mind of the people and the children, that this is not just about some paper filing and IP protection. It's believing in your ability to actually transform your own journey of life and your society, community, and family, and the world as a whole. So narrative building is critically important, and as you said, we need to take it to the people where they are. Just like in business we say, take your product to your customers. Your customers are not going to come to you, right? So take your message to the people where they are, and I think that's where IPTSC, etc., are doing a wonderful job of this Jan Jagrita and actually awareness campaigns that you really need to understand what you're missing out on at this point. Now, government is doing what it can do, right? We know what DPIIT is doing. We know NRDC what they are doing. MSME with the IPFC facilitation centers. Mighty, as Dr. Chatterjee mentioned, we have a CPIT scheme where we reimburse up to 15 lakh of rupees for patent filing. And as he mentioned, we have more than 100 assets, 51 incubators, 40 odd COEs, 22 accelerators spread out across India. And all of them, there's funding available for IP support. We have IP experts in panel with them. We ask them to do IP awareness campaigns and webinars and programs. So all of that is happening. But ultimately, can government do everything? It definitely can't. You know, it wasn't the British that conquered India. It was the British East India Company that came to India. It was the business. It was the corporate. It was Columbus when he sailed. It wasn't, Ferdinand and Isabella who funded it eventually. But it was about the private sector. First joint stock company was a Dutch company, if you look at it, right, which allowed people to participate in risk-taking activities in an economy. Now, that's where I see scope for three other key stakeholders here, right? One is corporate, second is investors, and third is the entrepreneurs and service providers in the IP domain. Corporates like Ericsson, I think, have a great opportunity and a responsibility. Since you mentioned they're here, right? So,
Yes.
because why not get involved? And I was having that discussion with Dr. Chatterjee. Not invest in R&D, and that goes more for Indian companies as well, right? Invest at the R&D stage of product development itself. So we own it, we develop it, we protect it, and we grow with it. Why do we only wait to invest in products? Right? So investing more at R&D, because R&D has a longer gestation period. ROIs, risk variables are too high. ROI generally can't be justified at times, but that's something corporates have to look at. Investing early in deep tech R&D stage. Second thing is investors. SaaS gets a lot of love, right? Software as a service. We get a lot of investors willing to fund it because you make it once, you sell it to 1 million people, your EBITDA and your margins are incredibly high. But what about the IP-driven deep tech products? That's both nation building as well as your product building. That's something that investors also have to look at, creating deep tech funds. Third thing is investors or entrepreneurs work with government. We have a ton of IP that's sitting on the shelf uncommercialized. It's losing its value and it's dying with time. Work with government in public-private partnership model, and let's co-invest in commercializing these IPs. And I'm sure various departments have policies and programs to fund projects where there's matching funding available from outside. to do these kind of activities. And as Dr. Chatterjee mentioned, we do our COEs in partnership with 4 stakeholders. One is MITI will put some commitment and contribution, state government, then an anchor corporate partner which provides a technology stack as well as the wherewithal, and then the host institute. So 4 partners come together to build a COE. And similarly, we can do for other partners as well. So we are very open to those projects. And other thing that we need to look at is IP funds, which are very common in US and other countries. Why? Because IP funds not only, and generally it's the lawyers who create those because it's a litigious process. You create a fund and now it can be for offensive purpose or defensive purpose. To kill your competitors or to build your product, right? There's a lot of ways to monetize it by creating IP funds or patent funds. But from the entrepreneur side or from a community side, let's say, an agency side, create IP or patent pools. Pools allow you to put together various small patents which may by themselves not have sufficient value to create a product, but thematic bundling of these patents can allow you to create a unique and defensible product which can be of high value. So ultimately there's a lot of ways that private sector needs to get on the board, get on the ship and start saying, okay, let's do something because we are a resource constrained nation at the end of the day. There's only so much money to be allocated to various opportunities and responsibilities that the government has. So we have to find a way to balance it. Now, last thing before I close on is, as our Honorable Prime Minister says, we have entered the Amrit Kal. Now, next 25 years, so India at 2047, the 100 years. So 25 years are going to be very defining. Another beautiful part of this year is that India's G20 presidency. This gives us a chance to not only rise to the occasion and showcase our capabilities, but also to draw world's attention. And as you were mentioning earlier, there's going to be 200 odd meetings happening across India of various delegations, right? And so we are showcasing innovation in every city now. And as part of this G20 presidency, we have launched MITI under the Digital Economy Working Group, have launched an initiative called G20 DIA, Digital Innovation Alliance, where we are inviting startups from 20 member nations and 9 invited non-member nations across 6 sectors: EdTech, Agri-Tech, FinTech, Health Tech, Circular Economy, and Secure Digital Infra. So these startups, so 29 times 6 is 174 of world's best startups will be celebrated, showcased, and supported in India. And that's a 9-month long program that we have recently launched. Our Honorable Minister, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, and G20 Sherpa, Shri Amitabh Kanji launched it on December 28th. And so I'm requesting all the entrepreneurs and startups and spread the message and the word that we are looking for participation to showcase the best that India has to offer. So that's one thing. And closing remark is that podcast. So under this DIA, we are creating a podcast series that's in the plan where we want to showcase, across the digital public good platforms that India has created, but also take the testimonials and, voice of the common people in terms of how it's impacting them. Now, in that podcast, we can look to add a series around the innovation and IP protection and different rules, regulations, dynamics, and opportunities that present itself. So with that, I hope this is my second time around here. Last time I was standing and talking, this time sitting and talking. But Saurabh still looks the same. He hasn't changed much in a year. But anyway, it's really good to be here. Thank you, Erickson. Thank you, FICCI and IPTSC for this opportunity. And I hope we can all make a good impact together.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. And big round of applause to all the panelists with this. Thank you for making it happen. And I know it's 4:40 and we've got into another slot. So Hiteshi, can you please get this? Yes, cup, sir. So.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patient hearing. And thank you to the speakers who just got over with the session. Commodore Rastogi, Mr. Thapar, Dr. Chatterjee, Mr. Vijay. Thank you so much. And Sheetal, thank you for so interestingly moderating the session. We now move on to the next session, which is on IP funding and collateralization. And the next session will be moderated by Dr. Ashwini Siwal, Director, Law Center, University of Delhi. Dr. Siwal, would request you to come onto the stage and get going on the next session. Thank you.
So I have to invite others.
Details, right? Or would you like me to do it?
I'll do that. Okay. Here's
Yeah.
Yeah, so our next panel is on IP funding and IP collateralization. With a rapid increase in innovation and creativity leading to business innovations, there is a major change in the economy. Intellectual capital is now emerging as a major asset for businesses, especially startups, and therefore deserves greater importance and attention. There is a paradigm shift in the way businesses are now looking at IP to finance their growth. It is hence imperative that the banking sector, legal IP fraternity, IP valuators, and startups join together to identify challenges and opportunities in the area of utilizing IP as a collateral to garner bank loans. This panel brings relevant experts in the domain to discuss this topic. The moderator for the panel is Dr. Ashwini Siwal, Director, Law Center 2, Entrepreneurial Law Clinic, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. And we have Mr. Anand Chaube, Partner, KNS Partners, Ms. Shraddha Chauhan, Partner, Anand and Anand, and Mr. Abhinav Agarwal, Associate Partner, Lal and Sethi, as the panel members. Welcome.
Thank you, Hideshi. Very good evening to one and all. Well, the previous session has been incredible, and it has definitely enhanced my responsibility to, through this panel, to fetch out certain ways to tackle the challenges that we have in IP funding. There has definitely been an increase and policy push regarding IP filings in general and patents filing in particular in India, given a lot of emphasis on startups and entrepreneurial activities in India. We have many government initiatives like Startup India and Make in India, etc. So consequently, the number of filings by Indians specifically in last couple of years, it has increased. But the challenges and opportunities for commercialization, specifically the opportunities for commercialization of these patent holders, are not commensurating or have not increased to that extent, to the desirable extent or expected extent. In this context, using IPRs as banking collaterals, becomes critical. So we have erudite panel and the panelists with us to throw light on these aspects, specifically on IP collaterals. We have Abhinav and Anand and Shraddha with us. So I have structured it like this. We'll start with the basics first, because I know there are some students also here. So I would like my panelists to first throw some light on the basic aspects as to what does IP funding and collateralization mean. Briefly, if you can, Abhinav, quickly, tell us what does IP funding and IP collateralization is.
So generally, I would like to start up in terms of startup, which in the previous panel discussions and talks which are going on, it is a
major focus right now. So if we talk about startups, through our experience while we work upon, we see that there is large need of funding initially, first up. So how this funding can be provided, how it can be elaborated, how it can be disbursed. So as Ashwin has mentioned that we talk about IP collaterals, I would like to introduce the ways across the globe people are working on IP collaterals. In IP collaterals, if we say there are different types of IP collaterals which are there in picture, which people use across the globe. First type, we may call it as IP backed loans. In IP backed loans, you can consider it as a property, as a mortgage, where bank generally provides the cash upfront in lieu of some mortgage. So in terms of intellectual property, simply to say, as previous discussions also were going on, when we equate with a house property with the intellectual property, so in a similar way, IP backed loans work. We lean what our intellectual property is, and we get cash upfront. There is also a give back period when, in similar to loans, general loans, when we pay all the amount and all the interest are paid to the bank, the property or the mortgage part, it is reversed back. So similarly, any assignment which is done from the part of the borrower, in this case, loans, when they are paid off, then it is assigned back. The intellectual property is assigned back to the IP owner. Second case, which is generally taking place, is IP sale lease back. So in this case, IP is leased by a firm or a company, for example, who can utilize the intellectual property. While utilizing the intellectual property, the firm or the company, it can take away, or it can enjoy the fruits of the intellectual property. It can practice the invention for a certain duration of time. In lieu of that, IP owner gets cash upfront. So this is the second way how, and there is a clause of giving back the intellectual property after a certain period of time. This can be part of the agreement. Third way is royalty equitization. So in this case, instead of, as we have discussed in previous two phenomena, in case of IP backed loans and IP lease back, there upfront cash is provided in front when you are leasing, or when you are providing the you are getting the loans. So when we talk about equitization, here it is kind of a license which is provided. So license is provided to a company, and then royalty is provided. It is very similar to what licenses work, how licenses work, where there is a license fee or royalty which is associated. It is given for a certain period of time. For example, if IP owner has licensed the intellectual property for 5 years, so for 5 years he will be getting some part payment as royalty, and the person or the company which has taken the IP as a license, he also enjoys the same. And then let's say after 5 years or 6 years, whatever the period may be, for the agreement is made, the IP can be returned back to the IP owner. So this is how IP backed funding is generally taking place. There are many innovative ways which are coming up, but primarily if we talk about US, Singapore, these are the phenomena, or these are the ways how IP collateral is being disbursed to IP owners.
Okay, so it's quite complex so far as I could understand, because there are so many ways which you have mentioned, and I'm kind of intrigued about the model agreements and some model contracts which must be taking place in such a complex process, because IP itself is a complex thing, and valuation specifically of IP is extremely subjective. How these things are valued, specifically the IP which is to be pledged or to be mortgaged, how it is valued, and what sort of mechanisms are there in place for valuation of IP. So I would like to go to Anand if he can throw some light on valuation aspects.
First of all, I would say I have a limited understanding about the valuation. But what I heard is there are multiple approaches. Like there are cost-based approach, there's a income-based approach, and there's a market-based approach. In the cost-based approach, it is basically analyzed as to how much investment has gone into coming up the technology or in the IP. In the income-based approach, it basically identifies the futuristic income that is possible from the IP, be it from royalty or by way of license fee, etc. Also, in the market-based approach, it basically compares the transaction, which is a parallel transaction or similar transaction happening for the similar type of technology, etc. What happens when it comes to startup? Each of these approaches may have its own difficulty. For example, if we talk about the market-based approach, it is very difficult because the startup, the whole the foundation of the startup is lying on one novel idea, and probably it may be possible that similar technology or similar transaction may not be available to compare with. So there's a lot of subjectivity and speculation around around the valuation approach, but there are models available, and while it is subjective, but to some extent one can get an idea about how much a particular IP is valued.
Okay, so if I may quickly rope in Abhinav, you two I'll go to Shraddha after you. So if you can also give some comments on valuation and the constraints pertaining to valuation of IP in this context.
Yeah. As you have rightly mentioned, IP per se, it is a complex structure or complex process, and valuation is even more cumbersome. So when we talk about the constraints, major constraints which are encountered by the IP owners is the fluctuation of IP, fluctuation of value of IP. So when we say IP, whenever it is generated, it may not be the correct time when we can value the IP. Maybe it is, let's say, after 5 years when it is commercialized, it is in use, then full potential of IP comes into picture. So while we value the IP or we talk about collateral loans, as we have discussed earlier, the major challenge is the valuation in terms of time period which is available for IP. For example, with patents, we have only 20 years where we can commercialize the patents. So if we are getting the values somewhere around 15 years of the life cycle, when 5 years remain, it is open to public after that. So time frame matters a lot, and it has to be taken into cognizance while we are evaluating the IP. And secondly, there are very less models available. Anand has just now mentioned few models which are market based models, cost based models, but overall it is found that due to IP is generated through different fields. For example, we have software, IPs in software, we have IPs in mechanical, let's say, we are having IPs in telecom. So the life cycle or the valuation of IP differs entirely when we talk about different domains, and even in same domain the valuation of IP differs with respect to time. So currently the models which we see are not exhaustive enough, so which we can value or how we can value the IP. And second thing which does not happen with the tangible property is, for example, we have a house which we have mortgaged in terms of loan. Now in case of intellectual property, we all know that it can be invalidated over a period of time. So automatically, if we are having a collateral loan, let's say 5 years or 6 years down the line, it got invalidated, then the valuation becomes zero. So that is another challenge which we foresee or which we see in case of collateral funding or IP valuation. And fourthly, in particular to Indian context, we see that we do not have that kind of skilled infrastructure with the banks who can take up the task. So they require some help, some type of collaboration, which there is some collaboration which was discussed in the previous session or previous panel, but still know-how of intellectual property assets, how they are valued, this must come very quickly if we want to pursue IP as collateral, or if we want to value the IP. So this must come in government organizations and even particularly bank, who are basic lenders in case of IP as collaterals.
So presuming that IP is mortgaged and it is appropriately valued with some model standards, right, or some good standards, how it is protected by the banks, or basically by the funding agencies? How do they protect? Because after all, it is intellectual property, and there may be a case when it is not granted yet. In the case of confidential information and trade secrets, it's not yet granted, and still some funding is sought and tried to be fetched by the inventor or the person who is doing this work in progress. So what sort of protection and confidence measures are being opted, if there are any, in any of the jurisdictions where this kind of model confidential measures are in place? Ananda, if you can comment quickly on this aspect.
Sure. So probably I would like to answer this question with some basic pointer in terms of when we talk about intellectual property rights. There are different forms of intellectual property rights. When we talk about patents and design, so registration is a prerequisite. When we say registration, is in the sense that the applicant has to file an application for a patent or designs.
I am sorry if I'm intervening, but I just want to repeat that what about those intellectual properties which are not yet granted or conferred by the patent office, and still the innovator or the inventor needs some financing and support?
Sure.
I'm not talking about the conferred intellectual properties.
So it is, you're talking about the pending applications.
Pending applications.
So here I'm coming to that. So for example, it happens there are other forms of IP. For example, if it is kept in the form of know-how or trade secrets. So it is important that the agreement between the parties have the confidentiality clauses, which covers any breach of confidentiality with regard to transferred know-how or any disclosed know-how. Also here, when I was referring to registration or filing of patent or design, it is important to understand once the application is filed. For example, in case of a patent, it is alright if somebody disclose the application, because any disclosure, disclose the invention covered under the patent, because any disclosure happens after the filing will not affect the novelty aspect.
Right.
However, as you say that the grant is a very important stage. Grant, at the stage of grant, or at the registration of the design applications, rights gets crystallized. So it's very important that there are mechanisms available, particularly for small entities and the startups, wherein they can avail the facility of accelerated examination, wherein they can now get a grant roughly about a year's time. So getting a grant is a very important stage, because at that stage probably the lenders or the investors will have more confidence in the IP, because it has undergone examination process, and the rights get matured and it's crystallized. So it's a combination of both. Probably it's by filing the patent, and also be more structured in terms of keeping their trade secret by having a proper mechanism in place, proper documentation in place, and to safeguard the trade secret. And if such discussions are happening which involves know-how which is not covered under the patent or any other IP, then suitable non-disclosure agreement and confidentiality clauses are there in the agreements between the two parties. Yeah.
Okay. So that's wonderful. I would like to go to Shraddha now for her comments on specifically on how to, because there are a lot of startups and representatives from startups here, how to strengthen the IP for fetching good funding. So if you can quickly give your remarks on that.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Sival. So I agree with Anand and Abhinav, and I will go to the bottom of the pyramid where I'll be talking about the actual IP how we are creating which will attract value. And the most common IP which we think attracts the maximum value is the patent, because patent gives a direct enhance in the valuation of any startup. And second, even if your business somehow doesn't work, the IP is definitely going to stay there, which you can think of further licensing it off or using it any other mechanism. Then for the lenders and the investors, it gives a lot of confidence and the assurance that you have a good IP where we can rely on. So that increases the reliability on the startup for an investor to invest. So I'll just give a little statistics about startup, and we have seen that India has performed really well, and this is a pro IP era in India where we have seen a tremendous jump in the patent grant and the filings. So we have seen extremely huge filing from startups since 2016 up till 2021, which was 5 times of the filing. The numbers, sorry, I have the ratios, I don't have the numbers, but the statistics shows that the number of filings although increased, but the number of grants were very less. It was 0.38% reduced to 0.06%. So that is something where we have to think why the startups have got less grant, because if they don't have IP, then the question of IP funding and IP investment also fails down there. So the startups have to be very careful when they are developing their IP, that what type of protections they are seeking for their inventions, which gives them a clear edge on the other existing technologies. For that, they have to go through a due diligence exercise which gives them confidence before asking for funds, and also gives confidence to the investors and the banks and the lenders that yes, this IP has certain value and it will be good to invest there. So many times what happens, what we have been witnessing, the startups, they go and file the invention without understanding what is the domain, what is the scope of protection, what type of scope they are claiming in the patent. So sometimes the claim of the scope is too broad, which is very open and which doesn't give them clear market value. Then sometimes the scope of the protection is so narrow that again they are not able to market it and to use their patent and gain much value out of it. So you have to be very careful what you are creating. Once you have created that, then only the next step will be there, how to attract investment there. So the due diligence exercise is very important for a startup, because IP is a money intensive exercise, and as they have resource crunch, they need to judiciously utilize their resources so that they don't end up or losing a lot of money. Because many times startups do have problems, like once they have a good idea, they have a good concept, but they cannot further develop it. Even I have seen like many organizations, even the government organizations, they are asking for a clear patent landscape report type of things when you are applying for grants or for R&D purpose. So you have to know what you are creating, you have to understand the domain, you have to be very clear about the value of the product or the technology which you are creating. This will definitely help you to mitigate the risk and identify your threats, and sometimes if you think that you can be trapped by other patent protections, then you can work around also your technology, you can use it as a defensive mechanism also, and your IP can be more reliable, and the investor will get more better confidence, the bank will get more better confidence. Then the last thing which I would like to point it out about the ownership rights, particularly startups are not clear about the ownership rights when they are investing, and particularly if you are going for an equity based investment and you are not sure that that the technology further which will be developed will be owned by the investor because he is having a certain amount of equity, or it will be only lying with the startup. So the ownership also has to be very clear, where it remains with the startup and the investor is only helping the startup to develop the IP and the business and other things. So these are the few points, few which I would suggest that a startup should keep in mind before they go and ask for investment. Nowadays it's very common and everybody is, I think, very familiar with the startup thing, because Shark Tank is a very common TV series which is coming on Sony and people are watching it, and it has given a lot of inputs. And the first question many investors do ask, do you have a patent? How much it is protected? So that's the fundamental thing which we have to take into consideration.
Right.
For IP funding.
Great. Okay. So it has brought me to very interesting juncture where I'm thinking, after listening or after having listened to the previous session where we have, lot of government initiatives in place, a very robust, seemingly very robust infrastructure in terms of, lot of policies from MEITY and from DPIIT and from NRDC, if I'm not wrong. Then what is it which is hampering the startups to monetize and commercialize their inventions? Because I haven't heard much success stories of startups and entrepreneurs in getting the funding on time when it is really needed. To my understanding, it is needed when one is in the gestation of the particular invention, and this gestation period varies from sector to sector or from different fields. In fact, in certain cases, the time period of a particular invention, the shelf life of a particular invention varies. We know that softwares, they don't have much viability in the shelf life. It is hardly 2 years or 3 years, right? So what sort of challenges in monetizing and commercializing the IP we are facing, right? If either of you can give your expert comments on this particular aspect.
So probably I'll share a few points probably, then Abhinav can add his points. One of the challenge I would say is the awareness, looking at as to how you're looking at your IP portfolio. Particularly when we see startup, they look at IP, okay, they want to protect their invention so that nobody can copy it and nobody can use it without their permission. So that's the one concern. But looking at IP as that can be one of the source for generating funds or capital, and so that which can be used by a startup for their business growth and further innovation. I mean, one is that awareness and looking at IP portfolio, as Shraddha mentioned about how important is the quality of IP, one has to look at when they are looking at IP portfolio. And, so these are, so I think that awareness is very, very important. Also in terms of the procedure, particularly from the investors or from perspective or somebody who is extending the finance, it is important to aware of the procedural aspect in terms of, they are required to register their interest with the IP office, so that, because as per the sections of the Patents and Designs Act, it is stated that, if any document which creates such interest or mortgage or license or in case of assignment if it is not registered, the title is not registered with the IP office, the document will not be considered as valid. And also, the document cannot be entered into court as evidence. So awareness, I think it's a yeah.
Dr. Siwal, I would like to add on it. So I agree, timing is very important when you have to apply for your IP. And many times, as Anand mentioned about the software inventions, so software inventions may not need to be protected by patent, which is a little money intensive process. You can have your trade secrets in place where startups are basically into like developing the basic software mechanism, how the system is working. So they have to be aware properly which type of IP will work for their business with the minimum investment. So that awareness aspect is definitely required, and they need to be familiar with the types of IP, which IP, when to use it, how to apply it, how much resources are required for each type of IP. That's something really important for a startup to consider.
So, running back to your question and what has been mentioned by Anand here, you talked about what are the how startups are not getting into picture when we talk about getting the collateral money in terms of IP. Probably what I see through my experience, what we have day in and day out while we work with startups, they do not have direct goal or strategy in place. So maybe they need financing or consulting partners at the very niche stage when IP is being developed, so that it can be provided a strategic value, or it can be placed by using the collateral loans which we are talking about. It can be used as a strategic mechanism which can be done by experts. So maybe startups are not that much experts, so initial collaboration is required when we talk about startups and how to utilize their resources when IP is with them.
Or another way could be to have some patent specific patent rules on it.
Yes.
Because so far as my understanding goes, we do have a legal mechanism or a legal framework, but many people are not aware about it. As Anand was mentioning about some of the provisions of the patent law, I would quickly like Anand to put across some specific provisions, if there are any, for assigning or for sort of mortgaging of patents or designs for that matter.
Yeah, so Dr. Siwal, I mean, there are sections, for example, in Patents Act, section 68 and section 69, which refers to, if any assignment is done or any license is given or any kind of interest has been created in a patent, the same has to be registered, or any mortgage. It also mentions as mortgage, and if it has to be registered by the person who became entitled to such interest in the patent. And also in design, there is section 32, subsection 2, which talks about that the interest in the registered design has to be, if it is mortgaged or licensed or it is assigned, the same has to be registered with the patent office.
So, Anand, what do you think, are these provisions adequate, or they are incoherent in their sweep? I mean, are they complete for the purposes of reinforcing the idea of patents, or reinforcing the idea of IP to be given as a collateral, or IP for fetching the funds?
Yeah, it's a very.
Or do we need
question.
some amendments or some sort of improvisations?
I think some more clarity in terms of while the Act provides that the mortgage, or in case of assignment, in case of any other interest that has been created, can be recorded at the IP office. Some more clarity is required, some more guidelines in terms of how to, or if any legal provisions are required in terms of if any security interest or mortgage can be given by financial institutions such as banks. So some more guidelines may be required, or probably when we have to examine the other laws. So that they work in cohesion to enable IP related, IP backed financing. in a proper manner. Yeah.
So that brings me to the another important aspect of it. I mean, how the IP rights are taken as collaterals by the banks. I mean, what sort of a banking environment that we need or we have in place for actually supporting the IP backed funding? Do we have any system in place in the banks, or there is a requirement from the bank side or from the banking for supporting this further? Do we have any system in place from the side of the banks?
As I mentioned earlier, banks does not have that much of know-how, or you can say the capabilities, so that they can value IP, or they can come across to help the investors directly. So as I have previously mentioned, that as the investors require some kind of consulting or financial partners. Similarly, I believe for quick resolution, I think banks also needs to collaborate with some kind of financing partners or consulting partners who can advise or get the resolution of the valuation problems which banks are currently facing, and banks
and the threat about the threat about the IP holders to go as defaulters tomorrow, to run away, and not pay back.
I remember, as you said, there is a case where Kingfisher, IP. So goodwill was there for Kingfisher. SBI, they procured loan from SBI, and ultimately when it defaulted, so value became zero for Kingfisher. So this is how dynamic IP is. Ultimately the valuation may become entirely zero at one stage. So this is the threat which is there, as you mentioned about the threats which banks see, or banks are reserved, very much reserved in IP funding, IP backed funding.
Dr. Siwal, I would just like to add on this point that many private organizations are there in the market who are supporting banks to get the funding for the startups, but they are all asking for a due diligence report.
Right. IP
so
backed
that is something
funding.
basic which are required. They are.
So
asking.
are you talking about the IP backed funding specifically?
Yeah.
Okay.
IP back funding, yes.
So is there any
collaboration
with?
So for collaborative also and direct also. So but the thing which they want to rely, the document which they want to rely is the due diligence report. What is the strength of your IP? What is the value of your IP where we can rely on, and we can invest this much amount, or we can get this much of loan for your further R&D or the business purpose.
Correct. So since I do represent the academia, I was wondering, because I tell to my students that IP, in fact, the patents in particular are presumptions. They are they are not valid unless they are contested in the courts of law and declared valid. Otherwise, they are mere presumptions. So what do you think? I mean, for such collaterals which may get abandoned or invalidated tomorrow, who would like to fund those collaterals? Banks will perhaps debtor to fund such collaterals where invalidation or the likelihood of invalidation lies.
In fact, investors would never invest.
Never invest
in such.
So that's why I'm worried that this ecosystem is a incoherent or incomplete ecosystem as of now. So far as the banking is concerned, I have certain points to quickly put across before this august audience. I think bank can partner with the DIPP, or banks here they may partner with the DIPP and IPO and IP focused venture capital firms to better understand the IP industry and identify potential funding opportunities. This is one solution to this problem. Another which is something intrinsic with the banks. This is something innate with the banks and their composition. They don't have people who are IP experts. They are not staffed by the IP experts, so they can't value IP. They can't gauge the IP to be lent to the bank or to be pledged to the bank. So IP valuation, the portfolio management of the IP on the part of the bank is something which needs to be perhaps thought by the government so that they start recruiting a staff, because in our system, in our country, I don't know about the banking system of other nations. We have two kinds of banks here: nationalized banks, where if government says that these will be the sort of guidelines and standards, then all nationalized banks will follow the path, right? But what about those banks which may not align with those things? So we may have some initiative at the end of the year from the side of the government, where the government may mandate some basic tenets to be followed by all banks, by the banking system in India for the IP. But these are some of the solutions which I can propose. I mean, they should partner with DIPP, the people and the representatives who are here. One last point quickly, it's regarding how about listing of IP as a securitization and as an initial public offering. Can't it revolutionize the space or the platform? It's perhaps not listed, or unless it is not listed, there shall not be many stakeholders who would be willing to invest in it. So any of you can take up this question.
Yeah, in my view, listing of as I mentioned, and has been critical about the time valuation, time duration. So generally, when we talk about listing entity in terms of IP, the problem lies is how would the long-term investor invest in IP as an equity. The problem is if he is going for long and at a certain duration of time the value dips. So in general, the long-term interest or the long-term investment in such securities would be largely very less. So only it can not be a fair play when short-term investors or people who invest for a very short period of time, they took up or they take the shares and value the IP. So largely, as we see equity markets also in a listed space, the valuations are not given to such an assets. So if we as we have already discussed here over the panel, that first of all infrastructure needs to be placed with regards to partnerships, consulting, and people who know IP, or some kind of collaboration is there. Until and unless this happens, so this may be the first step where we move into, until and unless we think about listing it as equity.
And probably if I may add a couple of points here. When we talk about the securitization, it means you're not assigning it completely. You are kind of pledging the future cash flow.
Yes.
Again, the foundation is on the how you are valuing the IP, how you are projecting the cash flow which is sustainable enough so that it can attract the investor to invest and buy that security. So as Abhinav said, I mean, the groundwork has to be done in terms of making the, by way of partnership, by way of government initiative, by way of inputs from other relevant stakeholders, that how to bring about guidelines which will provide credible methods about the valuation of the IP, bringing in more awareness about the IP, assessing the risk associated with it, and then probably take it to the further level to wherein it can be taken up for mortgage, it can be taken up for security interest, or by way of IP exchange program. There can be several other ways it can be worked out for monetizing and commercialization of the IP.
So in a nutshell, I mean, what I could understand is that we have a long way to go, and there are so many challenges vis-a-vis to opportunities in IP funding and collateralization. But as we say that hope sustains life and hope sustains our IP ecosystem, and I'm hopeful that with the involvement of the different stakeholders, the government, the academia, and industry, we'll definitely have some system in place in a near future where our startups and budding entrepreneurs will be hopeful of getting some funding in real time. And I hope that that funding comes when they need it the most, when they start the work, when they gestate their particular invention or innovation, not when they are losing on it, or they are losing in the race, because we know that it's a competitive environment where another inventor from another country may surpass the particular startup. And this is why perhaps most of the very promising inventors and startups do succumb, and they don't make the mark in a particular way in which they are desired to and they are expected to. So with this note, I believe the time I have been indicated by one of the organizers to wrap it up. So thank you so very much. I take this opportunity to thank all my worthy panelists here, Shraddha, Abhinav, Anand. Thank you so very much. Thank you IPTSC, and thank you Ericsson. Thank you FICCI for inviting us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Civil, Mr. Arun Chawla, Ms. Shraddha Chauhan, and Mr. Abhinav Agarwal. That was indeed a wonderful session, and I hope everyone had a very good insight on IP funding and IP collateralization. I would now move on to our next panel, which is on synergizing industry and academia in IP promotion. For the development of a nation, and especially economic development, it is imperative to drive high-value innovation, commercialization, and development of talent and skills of the youth. This requires the synergizing of industry and academia. Over the past few years, this has indeed gained traction, with a major chunk of youth preferring to have their own startups. It is therefore necessary to find ways in which industry and academia can synergize to take IP to newer heights. I would now welcome Mr. Urban, Vice President IPR and Marketing and Communication, Ericsson, who would be moderating the session. Our panel members, Dr. Yashwant Panwar, Scientist F and Head PFC, TIFAC, Mr. Abhay Pandey, Senior Partner, Lexorbis, Dr. Hemang Shah, India Engineering Lead, Director, Qualcomm, Mr. Abhishek Bharti, General Counsel, GE Research, and Mr. Nishant Sharma, Lead Counsel, IP and Litigation, Dolby. Welcome you all. Thank you.
So I'm guessing this is, oh no, this is on already. Yes, great. Excellent. Thanks everyone. Thank you all for being here as well. It's really great to be back in India after 3.5 years, I think, since I believe it was the second IPTS Awards and IP Conclave when I was here last. So July 2019. It was a very different Delhi, upwards towards 40 degrees or something like that. So this weather is a little bit more what I'm used to. Okay, thank you. So we're here today to discuss. This is the second panel, as you know. The topic is synergizing industry and academia for IP promotion. And I think it's really interesting. We have already heard some people talk about the need for collaboration. But we'll dive a little bit deeper into it. I think the panelists, frankly, have already been introduced, so I think, I can probably skip that in the interest of time. But welcome, everyone. Great to have you with us today. So I'll start with a few opening remarks and then get on to the questions and letting you guys in. And as I said when we had a little pre-meeting, I think it's great if we get some interactivity like it was on the previous panel. So please feel free, guys, to ask to comment on each other's answers as well. That's always appreciated. So I think what I've seen this week in Delhi, which I think is really interesting, is the pride and the general interest in India's presidency of G20. It's clearly all over the city also, so you can't miss it with all the signs and everything, but everyone's also talking about it, so I think it's really interesting. And there are lots of priorities clearly for such a presidency, but I'm so happy to understand that three key priorities are innovation, IPR, and digital transformation. And I think that's really good news. Good news for India and for G20 in general. And innovation, as we all know, doesn't happen in a day. It's clearly something that takes time. It takes perseverance. It requires investment in both time and money, and it also requires collaboration, cooperation, in order to arrive at sort of co-creation of whether it be products or solutions or what it is. But I think it also needs to involve the right stakeholders, and the stakeholders we're talking about, I think, in a situation like this is government, academia, and industry. So this is really key, and the thing is, you want the invention in the end to be market ready when it comes out. Many times that's not necessarily always what you want, but many times that is the purpose, and for that you really need that cooperation, that common understanding between these three stakeholders. So I'm going to go through just a few statistics from India. Sheetal was kind enough to provide them, and they're staggering to someone like me. Sweden has around 10 million inhabitants, so clearly any statistics from Sweden are going to be a little bit different than Indian statistics, right? With over 18,000 academic institutions in the country, there's bound to be a lot of, and those are just the ones that are engaged in research work. There are even more. So there's bound to be a lot of innovation in this country. And in fact, in some country ranking that I've seen for scientific production, India ranks now 7th globally in terms of published documents, and so over 2 million. That's a huge number. India also has the highest number of universities globally. In fact, 4,381 universities. And it's a staggering number, right? So it's no surprise that actually the patent filings from academic institutions is rather large, and it has grown also significantly recently. And in fact, just from the 10, as I understand it, top filers, let's say, in terms of the academic institutions, there are around 2,500 patent applications before the Indian Patent Office, and I believe that's a yearly figure. So that's crazy, right? India also ranks 2nd globally in terms of number of startups. We heard quite a bit about startups in the previous panel as well. And I think it's interesting also for us because a lot of startups are offshoots from academia, so there's a clear sort of connection there. So there are almost 80,000 startups registered at the DPIIT, and in addition to that, also more than 63 million Indian micro, small, and medium enterprises. And going back then to also patent applications, the total number of patent applications filed by startups has risen recently quite a bit, and is now actually close to 5,000 over the past 5 years, 4,720 to be precise. I think that's also a number that's likely to grow with all the initiatives from government that we're seeing. So these are some great numbers to start with. Now, this is the backdrop, and it's good news. But any situation, there is room for improvement. That's the good thing. I think for humanity, there is always there's always an ability and a strive to improve even more. So I'm hoping we can spend some time now discussing how to create even more synergies in the IP space in India between academia, industry, and primarily, but also looking at how the government can continue to play an active role there. So firstly, if I can ask everyone to just give a brief sort of 2-minute introductory opening remark, and then I'll get around to the questions. Maybe Hemang, if we start over at your end.
Thank you, Arun. That's a nice context that you've set up for everyone. I think the key statement, if I had to take away from your opening remarks, are that there is room for improvement. And by the way, this is not just an Indian problem. Right? When I interact with academia in the US and other countries, they talk about the very same things. That we do a lot of good work, not everything is converted into intellectual property. And a lot of it stems from awareness, or rather the lack of it. Now, what are the steps which are being done, or what could be done? So I firmly believe, like I'm sure most of you here, is that we improve what we measure. So if you are going to improve, let's say, the number of publications an institute is publishing, over time you'll see that institute will publish more papers. They'll participate at more conferences. I don't think they're measuring the number of patents necessarily until, I would say, a couple of years ago. And to me, what changed is an initiative from the Ministry of Education. They came up with a ranking. It's called ARIIA. It's the utter ranking for institutions on innovation awareness. So the keywords there are innovation awareness, wherein an institute has to report on, let's say, the number of or the types of IPRs that they are filing, particularly the number of patents which they are filing, the number of IPR awareness sessions that they are holding. Are they training the trainer? Are they setting up incubation centers? So when you talk of a government directive which is ranking and openly publishing these institutes, you are seeing an upward trend, and that's what your data also shows. That, let's say, look at, for example, the startup data 5 years ago, the number was just a tiny speck, but now it's grown to a sizable number. And now we'll see the same thing for institutions. So one is the, the benchmark that, they want to go one up against the other. Now therein, lies how can we help? Because they by themselves cannot do it enough. This room is full of folks who understand IP, and what we can provide to them is far more valuable than, let's say, what they can just learn by themselves. Like, it's an aspiration that they want, and we can be the bridge. So, initiatives like IPTSE, working with the government, we have been educating the startups on how they should think about IPR, not from an academic perspective, but rather how they should think as innovators, let's say as engineers. They don't need to be a patent agent, but they need to have the light bulb go on and say, I have something innovative. Here's where I make the call, to my patent agent. So I think, therein is the two-part thing, which is, one is, yes, there is a framework of ranking, of measuring, and the other is how can we as industry, as government stakeholders, how can we help bridge the gap?
That's great, thank you. So we'll go to Abe.
Yeah, thanks, Arun. Yeah, so just in continuation, rather than adding up what Hemang is talking about, so primarily the beginning has already been made. What we see in last, say, about a decade or maybe 15 years, most of the academic institutions now have their some level of awareness of IP and the importance, moving away from the idea of only publications, which was the driving force in most of the institutions. But if we look at it from the numbers perspective, like 4,388 universities, so I will say not more than 1% of it, which is operating from the IP perspective, and that is 1% is related to the A-list technology focused or science focused institutions, like we have the IITs and some of the NIT or maybe Indian Institute of Sciences, like those which are purely technology or science focused institutions. The awareness among them have tremendously or significantly increased in last 10 years. So the numbers which we see today coming from the academic institutions of those patent filing is primarily among those 43 institutions out of that 4,388 which we have. So if we look at from this perspective, 99% of the institutions are still lagging behind on the awareness side. Some of these private universities have now started taking pride in at least they're advertising themselves as a IP focused universities. But where there's a multidisciplinary institutions, we still seeing the IP is still not playing a major role. The focus is still among the institution is on the fundamental research, thinking more about the new concepts rather than the process improvement, which is the requirement of the industry. And those new concepts or the fundamental research is primarily focused on writing papers or publishing papers rather than the filing patents. Similarly, not many institutions have created the promotion or the career linkage with the patent, and there are a lot of incentives on publication of papers to the faculty members, but filing patents is still not linked with their career progression. So a lot of things which still need to be done from the perspective of course, from the government, maybe some guidelines which have come, like SIPAM has come out with some guidelines on academic institutions for IP, but there are a lot more things to be done to at least involve that increase the size of the 43 institutions to at least 400 in next few years.
That makes sense. Yashwanti, you want to go next?
Thank you, Urban, for setting the context of this panel discussion. And I think both of you have added value to what point Mr. Urban made. See, when we talk about synergy between industry and academia, and just focus on IP promotion would be a fallacy, because it has to be holistic collaboration between industry and academia has to happen, and we always forget the key stakeholders in that. From academic side is not the administrator, not the facilitator, but the creators of IP are the key people who really can strengthen that partnership. And if I look at some data, it's a little old data, the global technology transfer which has happened from academia to industry is about 56% had happened because of the inventor and industry relationship at a personal level, and the facilitating agencies like IP facilitators, attorneys, and then TTOs. This number is just about 10%, 10 to 15%. So the inventors' interest in certain industry partners and the industry's interest in those creators is much more important. And how these industry will get interested to contact these innovators. So they will be benchmarking, they will be looking their papers, they will be looking their patents,
I remember one of our Department of Science and Technology Institute had developed a technology for non-invasive measurement of some body parameters, hemoglobin and all. So why the industry came to us for the licensing of that particular technology? Because they saw a paper published in the Nature. So how you attract industry to come and collaborate with you? This is the first and for most important point. So we have to keep this important stakeholder in mind always to enhance the industry academia cooperation. But the issue comes when these inventor goes and interact with industry and work with industry. A lot of policy and the administrative issues emerges. So that's where the role of the university administration, academic administration, and the government becomes very important, where they are facilitated with their day-to-day need during the collaboration. So the leading institutions like IITs and ITs, and they have a policy framework in place where the inventors can go on sabbaticals for maybe 1 or 2 years and can work in industry and come back and join the academia and work. Likewise, they are given leave to have their own startup and create value out of the IP generated during the course of their academic and research assignments. And now most of the academician and some of the numbers which you quoted, patents granted to startup. So the many startup when they do their foundation and anything, they actually spin off from academic institution, and then all background IP generally owned by those institutions. And the further patent, this number which we are counting, so after founding the startup based on the background IP, which plays a very important role. So that facilitation from those IP owners to be at the next level, because I have seen some bottlenecks from these institutions that they started to pay use lump sum amount to utilize their IP to be worked in those used in those startups. And then what these numbers we are talking about, the foreground IP after founding the startup based on that. So these are the numbers relating to that. So we need to understand this framework and make some kind of intervention in that, and the government is doing at a with a multifarious approach. You have a Startup India, you have a Agni scheme with Invest India. So, and then there are a lot of funding available in terms of a loan as well as the grant also in some cases. And I would like to quote one of the scheme which Department of Industry Policy and Promotion had. They were funding and giving grant to acquire patent and do business on that. So we did not find many takers for that. So it's not that funding is not available, but people have to be utilizing the facility which is created by the government. And with these remarks, we can take issues.
Yes. Thank you. If we go over to Abhishek.
Hi, thanks everyone for setting the context, and all the panelists have already, I think, covered a lot of ground. I can add little value to that, but it's really insightful. I'm just thinking aloud. I mean, past 2 decades have been. I won't name the company because that will be our direct competitor. So there was a buzzword called compliance, right? And that happened. Why the regulatory compliance came into focus? Because it started hitting the reputation of a corporation or an enterprise. Now this decade and the next decade, I think, belongs to from regulatory compliance. It's moving towards intellectual property rights, and I believe if reputation is hit, as the last decade has seen, the reputation can be rebuilt, right? But in the case of intellectual property rights, if innovation is hit, It's just your business is gone, your sales are gone, your enterprise will shut down. So a sense of innovation or an ecosystem of innovation is not a sole domain or monopoly of one entity, be it industry, be it academia, or be it government or public sector undertaking. It is an ecosystem where collaborative approaches have to flourish. And OECD in this context, they have published a report which said R&D in science and technology, 2/3 R&D is done by industry, and rest 30% is shared between academia and government and public sector undertakings. This is, this really connects with what Prime Minister calls, let's take technology from lab to land, right? And he's very vocal about it, and he's done a lot around this aspect. This is becoming a reality, and sense of innovation is becoming a reality. And in Indian context, especially for industry bodies or prestigious institutions, we have to go beyond metros. We have to go beyond like big cities or the projected metros also, because the innovation, if you see that, for instance, the Shark Tank India, innovation is coming from everywhere. It's no more Bangalore dominated. It's no more Delhi dominated. It's no more Mumbai dominated, right? It's coming from Jaipur, Indore, Guwahati, Shillong, right? It's happening. So it has to be, there has to be an ecosystem which calls out incentivization for such innovators, and give them the promise of greater accountability, and a perspective can be made around that. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not the least, Nishan, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I'll begin by saying that the views I'm expressing here are my own and doesn't reflect the views of my company. So, with that, I'll just say that all the panelists here have set up the foundation very well. I just have little to add to it. IP awareness as such is increasing in India, that's for sure, thanks to the efforts by the government and the various organizations who are working towards that. I'm sure we have moved from a situation where the research institutes would think of filing IPs instead of publishing a paper first. So there is a huge improvement in that sense, I would say. But I would say that there are few areas where, again, as many of the panelists mentioned, there is a scope for improvement. So IP awareness talks about protecting IP, but not much emphasis is on the commercialization aspects of it, and maybe making the innovators aware of how you can monetize your IP and use it for reaping in benefits for more research and development. So I think that's where probably we may have to concentrate our efforts towards educating the IP institutes of innovating more so that they could earn money and probably do more research. The other aspect is, and again, we have talked about the efforts that are there and the efforts being taken towards enhancing the IP filings. I would say the private institutes are at a bit of disadvantage as compared to the government institutes in terms of the IP policies that are there. The benefits that are available to government institutes somehow are not available in that good numbers to the private institutes. So I believe we may have to bring them at par with the government institutes so that we have a sort of collaborative environment wherein the private institutes also contribute towards development of IP, monetizing, and making a very strong IP regime in India. Thanks.
Thank you, Nisha, and great. Sure.
So we have started one initiative, Living Lab. That's the inspiration from Amsterdam Innovation, right? So it's a self-sustainable model, whatever everyone has mentioned right now. But my point here is that all, whether it's small or medium size or the big businesses, they always look for the market, right? And small businesses always struggle for the POCs, then they think about the IPN. So this Living Lab is actually about bringing the relevant all stakeholders, state, getting the demand, asking for the demand, what's the demand in the state, what's the demand from the industry, and then based on that demand, small and all medium-sized players create the solutions and then do the POCs and then they file for the patent. Right now in IIIT Hyderabad, we have filed around 16 patents, 80 copyrights, and 6 POC successful ones. And everything we opened for across the borders, not just for the India side, but bringing the European state. So I think we need similar kind of initiatives wherein state is engaged, where smart city vision is engaged, Ministry of Electronics and IT is engaged, whosoever, decision makers are there, industry players are there, and the small players. So I think that kind of setup everywhere. We are sitting right now 5 living labs pan-India.
Thank you. Would anyone want to sort of comment on that, or we just agree it's a good idea? Or?
So, may I? So, Living Labs is a incubation concept?
No, it's not an incubation concept. Seek for the demand driven. So everything needs to be demand driven. Let's say Smart City Mission, they have opened out so many challenges, right? They want to create smart cities, say livable cities. So all livable cities, whatever solutions they'll be needing, there's a demand, right? So for that demand, you need to run the challenges. So from where these challenges or the solutions will come. So you seek all these challenges with the small players, also with the medium-sized players, because we always say startup. It's not just startups, because entire ecosystem creates from the medium players, from the big players, and the government. So this entire concept, engaging every relevant stakeholder, and then demand, then supply, then create the innovation ecosystem.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to pick up on something you mentioned, Nishant, the IP policies or IPR policies, because given now with a growing sort of, or hopefully growing collaboration with industry, IPR policies seem to be really important for academic institutions to have. And as I understand it, you can either go a more harmonized way, maybe based on a template like what's suggested by DPIT, or you can have a more flexible, customizable, let's say, way of doing it. And I wanted to maybe start with you, Yashwantji. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Thank you. See, when India talks and think about managing intellectual property rights from government-funded research, so there were two thoughts. I think you are aware this Bayh-Dole Act in the United States, which actually fixes the responsibilities and not only policy stipulations but regulatory stipulations on the institutions to manage their intellectual property rights, and where inventors, the institutions and the government given particular responsibility in how it is to be shared. And we attempted in 2008-9 to have a legislation of that sort, but that failed to pass both the houses, passed in one house and was not taken up in other house. In IPR policy 2016, again we discussed in the first drafts and we have given away. So finally what we decided is to have a policy framework and give a little bit of freedom to all the institutions to formulate their policies. But there are some key points where the harmonization is possible, because if we look at large number of institutions,
one policy will not fit all, the template will not fit all. So everyone will have to customize their intellectual property policy based on the area of research they are working into, the location at which they are working at, the kind of employment and the kind of people working with them, kind of collaboration they have. So see, if you are a hospital or a medical university, your IP policy should be different. If you are engineering college or engineering institute, your IP policy would be different. But if you are triple IT like Information Technology Institute, your IP policy has to be different. So one template will not fit. But however, there are some common framework can be created. We have DPIIT policies, and there are many such model IPR policies has been prepared. One in the state of Rajasthan, and in many states in India, they have prepared a model IPR policy suiting to different needs and are being adopted by many institutions. But there is a lot of difference in how do you share the royalty. So the internal politics of the institute and internal interest of the people working in the institution create that a large gap. But however, see what you need in those policies, how you're going to share intellectual property rights when the whole IP is generated with institutional funding, when IP is generated through industry collaboration, and when IP is generated through government funding. So these are the three different options. And there are inventors which works in the university. They do research beyond their assigned work. In those cases, how you going to share the IP benefits? And then see, if you go to industry, not much of benefits are shared with the individual innovators because there's maybe incentivization in terms of one-time monetary incentivization or some promotion or something, but the regular royalty sharing is not in a vogue in industry also in most of the cases. But in academic institutions, the fairly good amount of share is being provided to inventors, up to 30%. Or in some of the institutions have actually gone ahead and providing 80% of benefits to the inventor. So it's depending on institutions to institutions. Yes, but there is a need of harmonization of some aspects, and the management framework has to be put in place in the IP policy. See, if the institute has IP policy, but there is no management framework who would take responsibility of implementing that particular policy, that is very, very important. So then there is a need of creating IPR cell or IP committee which administer such policies, and that should be a robust one, and that should be funded with the seed funding from the institutions, and many institutions are doing, but all should do. And we have done an analysis of about 30-40 institutions IP policy, and we could see how different they are, but it's still all those policies serving the right interest of those institutions.
Thank you. So anyone else has a sort of thought on this point of IPR policies for?
Just to add on that, I mean, primarily there cannot be one policy fit for all institutions in any case, or that industry academic collaboration also or changes according to the nature of the institution. So what would be the one way to look at is that there are certain institutions which have already adopted some best practices, and those and there are some case studies which have shown some success coming to the industry academic collaborations, particularly in some of these technology driven institutions where not only the number of filing have increased, but also commercial benefits are coming back to the institutions through the industry by exploitation of those IP by the industry. So if we take those case studies and then sort of create best practice models which can be then multiplied, which can be replicated in other institutions. Like if we take IIT, some of these like IIT Kharagpur, Kanpur and Madras, with their research park and vision, and then involving the industry, and how to create a good interface between them, and creating units which are focused on the IP, like a IP cell for implementing the policy within the institution, and also acting for the external agencies on commercialization or technology license, and bringing value back to the academic institutions. Those are things which can be documented, well documented by these institutions as their best practices, and probably then can be replicated by similarly placed institutions. That could be one way to look at it.
Yeah.
I would like to add what you said, Dr. Abe. Yes, we have to actually document the success stories and the right points, but we also have to understand where these policies have gone wrong, and that need to be documented for the right policy for the future. And why I am saying, I would like to give an example here. I don't want to name the institute. Institute had IP policy that when the PhD student publishes a thesis, the student will have the copyright. Now the complication arises when a student have the copyright over his thesis. There's a Government of India mandate that you have to put your thesis into the South Ganga. So IIT or any institute who has such policies will have to take permission each time from the student, which is mandated. So that create a conflict. So those kind of a problem which is faced by institution need to be. Now you come and try to solve this particular problem. Say student will be, because student has a pay fees to the universities, he has all right to, because not paid. So copyright cannot be taken. So now if you try and own the copyright jointly, and if you look at the Copyright Act, there is no provision there how you're going to share joint copyright. See, joint patent, you have a provision in the Patent Act how you're going to share, but in the Copyright Act you can be 10 authors, 10, but no joint ownership concept has been described in that. So how do we can we solve this problem through policy stipulation? So the bottlenecks faced by institutions should be documented, and should be a guideline for the new policy.
Thank you. Anyone else who's got a thought here? Yeah.
Just adding to what Sarah said, I mean, that's beautifully captured already, that one size won't fit all. I think there shouldn't be any appearance of an attainment of an automatic rights of a body when you talk about, say, harmonization through templatization or standardizing. There the conflict arises, then the conflict starts. The trust deficit or the conflict starts there, and that might indicate a very rigid position. And as I was mentioning, that the law lapsed in Parliament in India's case, but we need to work towards IP legal regime, publicly funded IP legal regime. That's required. On the lines of Bayh-Dole legislation in the US, which is quite elaborative. Also in Indian context, IISc in Bangalore, which is also called Tata Institute, they are doing wonderful job. I mean, what they have is, within their campus, they have for intellectual property, they have 3 bodies, and one body interacts just with the major industries. Second chapter of the same intellectual property regime in ISC, they interact with medium-sized industry, and the third chapter of ISC, intellectual property unit, they interact with startups. So it's a very dedicated approach they are taking, and they do not mix or templatize anything, right? You are a startup, you need to do this if you want to collaborate with us. And ISC's reputation is huge in India. So I mean, nobody would like to mess with them anyway. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add. Thanks.
Thank you. So maybe we'll move on. Maybe a little bit going back to startups. I thought, Hemang, you've been working closely with startups for some time. I wanted to we've already talked about the fact that startups often are offshoots of academic institutions. Do you think there's any particular comment there, or is there even like a role for industry maybe to play in that process?
Sure, but I think there is about a couple of years ago I set to understand this world of tech transfer, particularly at universities, and this was through an industry body exercise that we were doing, just to see how things work and what are the benefits for the university. So I'll answer your question, but let's say from the university's perspective. Now, we all agree that when a university establishes these commercialization opportunities, it stands to earn, a percentage of revenue. Only there is some immediate revenue that it can do. But what's not often spoken, and this was like a good learning for me, was the ecosystem it enables. So let's say there's a research work which has been done by a professor and his or her group. Someone wants to build a business out of it. So they take the rights from that university and they say that, okay, I want to make a business out of this thing. So what happens is the university tends to say that, okay, fine, we'll give you some space, seating space, you can bring in your people. Now, rarely it happens that those can be a startup or it can be a corporation. Rarely they'll get, let's say, a patent and say, okay, we can run with this thing. They'll need help from the professor and the group there. So they get an order, like a research contract or whatever you call it. And that funds a few more students. Okay, so they start working with this startup. Hopefully they do well and they start adding a bit more number of people. The startup realizes that, okay, now I'm eligible for maybe some government grants, maybe some industry projects. So let me start, exploring those. So it opens up business opportunities that way. Now, of course, it's small in size, so it's going to add a few more people. So those people are attracted, they're like, hey, we are based in this university campus, or very close to it. So you have to move here to work with us. So those people start working for that company, and so now it grows a bit bigger in size. And it leads to this loop where now, because they're so close to the university is also bought into it. It's a nice feedback loop that funnels each other. And eventually the people who move in, like, to work at this small but growing company, their kids and maybe some of them start becoming university students, right? They take some additional courses. So the university is setting up pipeline for the future also, unintentionally, right? Because it just thought of commercializing its technology. And the startup also starts, attracting more talent, because now it's getting the support from the university. It starts being advertised, being marketed. So it's an amazing loop that you see, and with just the idea that, okay, it's a small startup that's getting access to a university's research projects. Now the challenge, of course, there is sometimes a startup does not know what it can get access to. So if I was a university student, with that professor, I know that, okay, fine, this is something I can take to market. But what if I took an industry job, like I did, and my doctorate work is kind of just sitting there? How does someone else know that, hey, this work is meant to be taken forward? So I think that's where the university has to do a bit more of work, that, hey, we have developed these things. Here are the applications that could be envisioned, inspire other people. And the startups now, they're getting a lot of support, particularly at Indian universities. A lot of incubation centers are being set up, and the startups are getting that support from industry, from the company, and of course with the Startup India initiative. This is the right time for them to expand. So I'll pause. I can go on. This is a topic which I'm deeply familiar with.
It becomes almost like an academia-industry collaboration, because the startups become industry.
Absolutely.
So then it's an win-win situation there, really.
Yeah, and we're also seeing cases where now that big company or that startup is giving problems for the university to solve. That there's something that's happening which we don't understand. It takes dedicated research. Could you take on this project? So it fuels both, right? So it's not just from the university to the outset. And that's where a lot of professors tend to have a reluctance, because they're like, hey, I just want to publish and
move on to my next research project, because they are deeply bought into it. But these secondary benefits are there for the taking.
Good. I wanted to pick up on what you just said about, mentioned at the end there about the publications. You also mentioned it, Abe, earlier, in that for many academic institutions, or I guess for many academicians, people working at the academies, it tends to be their priority to publish rather than actually invent for commercialization. And Nishant, what do you see can be motivations or incentives for an academic institute to really focus on innovation for commercialization?
So the motivation that I see as of now amongst researchers is that it probably helps them in their career progression. That's the only motivation I see currently among the researchers. In terms of the motivation being provided by the government, I believe it would be the expedited examination processes and the reduced fee that is available to the research institutes or government institutes, where they have a different structure altogether to in a way protect their IP. But again, I would again go back to the main problem that I pointed out, that nobody is talking about the commercialization aspects of IP and where the private institutes stand in all this. So they are not getting all these benefits which the government institutes are getting. Probably we may have to in a way motivate them more towards research by providing them similar sort of platform as the government institutes. The other thing is there have been discussions earlier as well about an IP exchange, and Mr. Rastogi talked about NRDC trying to facilitate such IP exchange. So I think it's high time we have something like an IP exchange wherein all such innovations are listed so as to be made open to the market for commercialization purposes, so that the institutes and the researchers get the monetary benefit, which is the final intended purpose of getting an innovation protected. So I think that's what I would say. There are motivations available, but those are not so many, so as to in a way motivate people towards researching. So I think these would be my major points, and also I believe there has to be a motivation for the industry as well to support the research being carried out at the academic institutes. So maybe something like the contributions that are being made by the monetary contributions that are being made by the institutes being given some tax benefits, something like a CSR initiative, or maybe some taxation reliefs that are given for the funding that they do to academic institutions for that results in some IP or maybe some innovative technology.
Thank you. So I don't know, Yashwanji, it sounds like at least Nishant thinks that government has a pretty big role to play here. Do you agree?
The government always has to play a big role in every activity, so this goes without saying. So the government has to shoulder the responsibility, whatever it is, it has to facilitate. But I beg to differ from Nishant in some of the aspects that most motivating factor for innovator is a monetary benefit. It is not true always, because see, we are working in a different setup, but the academician, they have their own mindset and the way of working. And I don't have Indian data, but I have a study to quote from United Kingdom. The study done amongst about 4,000 plus academicians to find out what is the motivation factor for doing a good research or indulging into more research projects. And you would believe the monetary benefit came at number 7. So the monetary benefit cannot always excite the people to do good research. There may be a national prize, The career progression also was a bit fourth or fifth position. You have to catch their psyche to actually really motivate them to do a commercializable research, and their interest and their academic freedom and academic interest sometimes plays a at most important role. Problem, you said at the beginning of the session that you need to have perseverance. So the academician need to do research in one area, but that also doesn't happen because their interest changes and their research work depend on the kind of a student they are getting for doing PhD under him. So his interest taken over the interest of a professor, the kind of project given by the different government department or industry, they start working on that. They forget that, as you said, your PhD is just sitting. So it may not be sitting also because there is no appropriate documentation which is in place. So when we do academic research about documentation, that's where also we have to improve. So if you are not doing, someone else can do. Can we make such kind of a documentation in academic research to really this commercialization become a reality in the institutions? So we don't depend, inventor is most important, but we fully don't depend on the personal presence, where documentation should help in commercialization.
Thank you. So we're kind of closing in on the end of the panel. I wanted to, yes.
I have a question, and it is related to what Mr. Nishant is saying. So I'll be very pointed. Am I audible?
Well, you are now.
So I'll be very pointed towards the question. So what Mr. Nishant is saying is that the private institutions, they do face a problem, and I understand because I file patents for some of the students. The main problem is there is no expedited examination for private institutions, while there is one for the public institutions. So the law, the expedited examination law, it does not allow private educational institutions to have expedited examination. And the problem arises is that a BTech student is 4 years, like he's there for 4 years, and then he moves on to a job. Similarly, an MTech student goes after 2 years. So what happens is that because there is no expedited examination and the examination process takes longer than his tenure in the university, his interest in that particular patent application, pursuing that patent application, it fades away. Because I have students who are like, they've gone to a company and after a few years they're calling back and has the examination process completed, but it is not completed. So the best part would be that even private educational institutions should be added to expedited examination process, because the students are not there for a very long period of time, and if the patent gets granted within that time, commercialization will also become easier.
Thank you. Sounds like a good idea to me, not knowing much of the context, but so I wanted to just actually finish off on if you can all just come up with one idea for, you know, how to increase collaboration and synergies between industry and academia, what would it be? We'll start with you again, Heman. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Out of many, it's hard to choose the topmost one, but in my experience, what tends to work best are incubation cells, where the students are empowered to run and establish businesses out of that, and that attracts everyone else.
Right.
So incubation cells based on university research.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Sure. What about you, Abe?
Yeah, as I said in the beginning, I think the one most important thing would be to create some success stories, some case studies where that academia, industry collaboration has brought win-win situation to both the institutions, document it, and then probably use that as a model case study for bringing IP awareness both at the academic level, both at the institution level as at the inventors level. So that some sort of motivation which is not coming from the monetary motivation only, then probably from these success stories it might come. And the success story will not only be a revenue, the earning of revenue. It will be a win-win situation at all fronts to be there, and which is there in West. I mean, maybe in Europe and similarly in US, we can find similar stories there. But probably we have to generate that story here in Indian context.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, so one sentence would be very difficult.
One sentence, but one idea.
Yeah, one idea I can mention. See, when we see India, if you see the industrial clusters, so in each region there are a specific cluster deals with certain type of goods or products. So if you go Ludhiana, sports good. If you go to Sivakasi, crackers one. In different part there are different groups. So the concept has been experimentation on the concept of creating a center of excellence, which actually work with the industry and the joint funding of industry and the government to have courses, to have a joint research which addresses the problem of that particular cluster by the neighboring institutions of knowledge institutions. So as a knowledge partner. So where the trilateral collaboration can be there with the government, institute and the cluster. So that can really be helpful. There are experimentation, failure and successes, but really we need to work on right models for that.
Good, thank you. What about you, Abhishek?
Yeah, I know Urban is Scandinavian and he's very particular about time, so I'll try to be, yeah. So the thing is that no scientist, government can really solve pressing global problems without joint collaborations, and that is the buzzword. And the innovation cycle is complete when everybody comes jointly and give their 2 cents. Now I've seen, then coming from industry, I've seen there is a trust deficit between industry and academia. It's a major gap, major problem, but academia has to understand corporations' interest will always align with its business strategy, right? And at the same time, corporations have to understand that they have to accommodate the discomfort of academic freedom, okay, that they have to do. And that can be done only when these 2 main players focus on long-term partnerships with goals which are broader than singular arm of commercialization of technology, because the ultimate aim of protecting IP, promotion of IP, is to transfer the knowledge for public good and not to keep it to academic journals or to the premises of the industry only or the factories only. So it has to go to public good. That shift somebody has to make, and I think when they collaborate they can make that transfer happen. Thanks.
Good, thank you. So I'll actually point out I'm not the only one that's particular about time, because I got a little note here that says we'll need to wrap up in 3 minutes.
So I'll take only 1 minute out of it.
I guess there's about a minute left.
Right. So my vote 100% would go to an IP exchange or a platform wherein the innovations are listed for the industry to in a way review and maybe get in towards proceed them towards commercialization. So that's what we'll have to create the awareness that IP is equal to money. So that's the main idea.
Good. Thank you very much. You have 20 seconds.
So whatever initiatives or frameworks, even from the industry or from the government, I can speak loudly. Not so the ones in the back. Okay. So all initiatives and frameworks needs to be in single place. Everyone is working in silos actually. So state governments are duplicating their efforts. So no duplication should be there. So if one government is starting one initiative or some industry is doing something, so they should be coordinating with each other at least. So that's my idea.
All right, good. More plead for collaboration, so that's very good. Thank you very much. Thank you to my esteemed co-panelists. Good job. Thank you guys. And thank you to the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Urban, Dr. Yashwant Panwar, Mr. Abhay Pandey, Dr. Hemang Shah, Mr. Abhishek Bharti, and Mr. Nishant Sharma for your valuable insights. We would now shortly begin with our award session. We are just waiting for Honorable Justice Pratibha Ma'am to come, and welcome Dr. Unnat Pandit to the 5th edition award ceremony.
I'll just do that. Okay, so finally the moment has come for which we all have been waiting for many months, I would say, and for the whole day today. And we've got two special dignitaries on with us. We have Honorable Justice Pratibha Maninder Singh, Judge Delhi High Court, and also Shri Unnat Pandit, Dr. Professor. He is the Controller General of Patent Designs and Trademarks. Thank you so much for making it today. And there are students and awardees and winners who've been waiting for you. May I please have you on the dais, Dipankar. Monica. Dipankar, before I get you here for the welcome address, may I request you to felicitate ma'am with the green certificate and with the round of applause, please, from everyone. Also, Dipankar, request you to felicitate our CGPDTM. With this, please come and take the mic. Oh, you want to felicitate as well? Okay. So one more felicitation, please, to ma'am by IP Ethicon and the team from IPTSC. Thank you. And also to the CG. Dipankar, please come for the welcome address. Take care of the panel.
Thank you, Sheetal. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back for this session, the penultimate session of today. On behalf of FICCI and IPTSC Academy, it's my privilege to welcome Honorable Justice Pratibha M. Singh to this 5th edition of the IPTSC Awards and IP Conclave. Thank you so much, ma'am, for agreeing to grace this award facilitation ceremony as the guest of honor. I also welcome Dr. Unnat Pandit, Controller General of Patents, Designs and Trademarks, and Miss Monica Magnuson, Vice President Ericsson. Thank them both for joining us today. Innovation and creativity stimulated by intellectual property are universally recognized today as the key driver of national development and competitiveness for industry and businesses. In fact, IP, innovation and research all go hand in hand and reinforce each other to form the core of any knowledge-based economy. Indian industry is encouraged by the many positive initiatives that the Government of India has been taking, which have significantly enhanced the IP awareness and sensitivity in the country, including among the India's youth. In a tech-driven world that rewards innovation, it is important that the younger generation understands the benefits of IPR in safeguarding their creations and about the competitive edge that it provides to nation building. The IPTSC initiative has been playing an important role in generating awareness about IPRs among the youth, who are India's innovators and entrepreneurs of tomorrow. At FICCI as well, among our many IP-related activities, a key focus area has been to sensitize and generate IP among sensitization among youngsters and the economic benefits that IP provides. And so, FICCI is delighted to partner this IPTSC initiative as a partner, along with CPAM and DPIIT. On behalf of FICCI, I once again welcome and thank the dignitaries on the dais for joining us I also thank the various government agencies as well as Ericsson for coming forward to support the IPTSC initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dipankar. Well, there are awardees waiting to receive their awards. With that, I would first of all request Professor Dr. Unnat Pandit for his special remarks, and then followed by ma'am, and then we get to the award ceremony. Please, sir. Oh, yeah, from there.
It's an honor and privilege to attend this IPTSC award ceremony. Last time when I have attended, this has really given me a joy, and especially the celebration becomes a special for me when I am sharing the dais with Honorable Justice Pratibha Maninder Singh ji, because we worked together in national IP policy and learned so many things from her journey in IP as a in previous regime as a senior advocate, and of course as a judge also. So many things we learn. Miss Monica, Vice President IPR Policy, Ericsson, Dipankarji, Fiki, so many friends here. This is particularly an important milestone, I can say, that 5th year celebration. That means 5th avatar of the IPTSC. And from here onwards, this is going to further catalyze the entire momentum in this IP ecosystem. And I was going through the various topics on which during this previous sessions you had a brainstorming, and this is especially important. A paradigm shift in the way business are looking at IP, and the role of a IP creator is important here. I would like to present some statistical data. From 2014 to 2022, there has been a 500% increase in the grant of a patent. The patent and IP lead development, which is coming into the commercial practice. So there has been an increase in a 9-fold funding. So this is the biggest catalyzation which has happened, that 9-fold increase in the investment which is happening. And if I count the investor, there is a 5-fold increase in the number of investor also. So this is the power of IP. And this is something which really set a ball wherein we are strengthening the ecosystem. When I represent the patent office, then I should also share some of the fact. Earlier it used to take an examination report around 15 to 17 months. Now this has been reduced to 4.7 months. On amended cases, still we have a pendency, but we are aggressively working on how we can eliminate all those pendency, and then under chapter 8, let the applicant enjoy the IP right. And this is something which we want to ensure. We have a wonderful program on startup intellectual property protection, SIPP, and this program has started from 2016 and 17 and 3 years up to 2020, and it was extended year over year. This basically offers, and those who are winner and those who could not able to make it, for both these people, that if you have an intellectual property, government is offering the financial assistance also. Earlier there used to be a financial assistance in terms of the official fee and some honorarium to the practitioner, and it was up to 10,000 rupees. This has been increased to 5x, so 50,000 if the patent is facing some opposition. If there is no opposition, then the 4x jump, so 40,000. So this is again, a startup can avail the benefit under SIPP. Same way, there is a 4x and 5x jump in the design and trademark, because journey starts for startup from protecting their trademark as their name of the startup, and then entire journey for their product and all. So this is something which government equally wants to facilitate the protection and wants to ensure that the creators enjoy their IP right. And now onwards, after the 5th celebration, I would like to see, and we may add one category, that those who are a winner or who could not able to meet, at least a participation also. But if they have established any startups, or if they have created any IP and this IP has been translated into the commercialization, this is equally a joy and celebration time. And we should equally recognize those students, youth of the country who are creating such IP and protecting, commercializing them. So this is a perfect platform wherein we should encourage and we should facilitate such IP creators as well. And I once again congratulate the IPTSC team, FICCI, for organizing such a wonderful event, recognizing the talent of our country who are passionate about their IP love, IP creation, IP protection, and IP commercialization as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You've been doing great work ever since you've taken up the position as a CG. And I must say that the level of work that has happened in IPO is not hidden from anybody, right? It's not only Indian inventors or Indian community that is appreciating and lauding the work of IPO, but also the international community is really applauding it also. So I think you really deserve, your entire team deserves this appreciation. And since morning, this has been the key driver of our discussions as to much of awareness has already happened, but what next as a hand holding? How can we really take them to the next level? And you gave very good examples of IP funding being available. In fact, sir, I was yesterday looking at the number of mentors that you have now for assisting startups, and that you have increased their fee so that their quality for providing service to these startups or inventors also goes up. So that's also a work in a right direction. Thank you so much for great initiatives. With this, I must now invite ma'am for her remarks. And ma'am, we are always looking forward to your remarks, ma'am. So over to you. Sorry, it's on YouTube. Yes.
Thank you so much, Sheetal and Dipankar. My co-panelists, Unad Bhai and Monica, all the friends in the audience, and the awardees and the prize winners today. It feels like I keep coming every year to the IPTSC Awards, and I see so many old faces and a large number of new faces every year. It just shows that the IP ecosystem in our country is slowly changing and is evolving, and it's growing in very quick proportions and not in a very small way, but in geometric proportions. As Unat Bhai was saying that, the IPR policy, in my view, was a watershed thing which happened to India. And I saw Unatji in a different avatar there. He was the corporate person in the think tank. So it's so different to see him as the Controller General today, sitting here. And it just shows the kind of thinking and evolution which has happened, because he was the only corporate person on the think tank of about 6 members, consisting of one judge, one lawyer, one bureaucrat, one more younger lawyer, and a person who was like an innovator to helping incubators, etc., and one corporate voice in the IP think tank. And today Unaji is saying we do examination in 4 months, and I'm like, what is going on here? So it's wonderful to see this change. It just shows that systems in India are becoming more and more flexible, and talent exists everywhere. And it's not necessary that a person from a corporate world will not be able to serve well in a governmental position. So these are changes that have happened, and happened for the good. And I guess the forum in which we are sitting today is one of them. So having a 5th award ceremony, 5th competition, rewarding innovators, rewarding IP contributors, is with corporate sponsorship and support, which was completely unknown maybe 15 years, 20 years ago. And it is no longer taboo for corporates to be supporting the ecosystem. It is no longer taboo for them to be recognized. And it just proves that the evolution is complete and is going in the right direction, and it would only go further in the right direction. So I believe that the kind of ecosystem which we've created in terms of startups, expedited examination, mentorship, facilitators for startups, individual inventors, all these have been about 5-7 years ago, and now they are showing results because there is a seriousness within the system to implement it. I can say from my side that seeing in courts such new developments, when I came last year on this platform, the IP division was just at its nascent stage. It wasn't, it was just in the churning. And today I can say that it's been over almost a year. It's going to be a year. And it's commendable that the high courts and the court system has completely geared up to recognize IP, enforce IP, and to understand the importance of IP. You can imagine in the Delhi High Court, we have 3 judges doing exclusively IPR matters. It's completely unthought of before. The maximum specialization we would have was a tax bench when I started practice, I remember, or maybe a company court. Now we have dedicated commercial courts, dedicated arbitration courts, dedicated IP courts, which is a completely different thinking in the even in the court system and the judicial system. Nowadays we see common seminars being held to ensure that the standards and the key benchmarks are being met, not just within departments and within corporates, but even within the court system. There is a committee, for example, in the Delhi High Court, which looks into how the ease of business ranking for courts can be improved, and it's headed by 2 or 3 judges in the High Court. So it's a completely different, I would think, evolved mindset, which is looking at it from a country's perspective and not from an individual perspective. And I believe that this is the way to go forward. And insofar as the students are concerned who are here, I think they're all school students, or some may be college students. And I believe that they have such a good future ahead. I can say one thing that, I have children at home. They have so many different perspectives. And recently, I heard that, in one of the leading schools in Delhi, they have a computer club, which is a very, very elite club. All the intelligent students in the school are in that club. And the general discussions nowadays are among students, oh, we should go abroad to study, but then we should come back to India to work. So I really think that shows that, earlier we used to only talk of brain drain. Now I think the time has come for India to encash on brain gain rather than brain drain. And I would think that we do have a huge potential as a country, and students have lot of career options, whether they are science students, whether they are economists, whether they are accountants, whether they are, pure arts, whatever you may be studying. The manner in which education is being given out, the manner in which there is a chance that you can have very good foreign universities coming in, setting up campuses, setting up collaborations, and the career options for all of the students has really increased today, whether you're working from home, whether you're working partly from office, whether you're a mother, whether you're a single lady, it doesn't matter. So I think that students in general, girls in particular, have an amazing, future ahead. They should all opt for whatever subjects they like. Recently, I had the opportunity to look at legal education, a case relating to legal education. And I said how in courts we need different types of professionals. It's not enough to just have lawyers anymore. We need, suitably qualified patent experts who could be biotechnologists, who could be engineers, who could be chemists, who can be microbiologists. We need people who can do IP valuation. We need people who can consider IP funding. We need people who can come and tell us how damages is to be calculated. So we need economists, we need chartered accountants. So it's no longer pure law, 3 years of BA and then 3 years of law. Even the 5-year course is now needing recalibration. And I think the time has come to, allow different combinations of subjects in the intersection of law. And that's going to happen very quickly. And students have a huge potential. And with all your hard work, the only advice I'll have for students is, number one, there's no substitute for hard work. I'm sure your parents tell you this, teachers tell you this. And I can tell you this, if you need to work 14 to 16 hours a day, irrespective of, even if you're bringing up your own family, that's also work. I don't think that's not work. That is counted to work. And don't be, extremely negative about anything. Don't think, oh my God, I won't be able to work. I won't be able to, especially girls, etc. I won't be able to have a family. So you have enough people who are able to balance and pursue their careers. I think you all have a glorious future, and congratulations to all the awardees. Congratulations to IPTSC and to the corporates who are sponsoring the IPTSC awards, and wishing you all the very best. And I don't have anything more to say unless you all have.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I must say that the generation now is much more blessed to be hearing you and sir both. We weren't as blessed when we were small, and I see school students and students from university. For few of us, IP just happened by chance. Somebody told us and we got in. So wherever we are is maybe because of God's grace or somebody pushed us to this, but you guys are really at a very right step. You're hearing from the horse's mouth, and you have blessings of having known IP right at a very young age. So for you, it is not a chance, it has to be choice. So I'm sure that this IPTSC will continue to succeed, and I won't take much time. I know we all are hungry, and ma'am and sir have come after a long day. with this, we start with the award ceremony. We have a video of 2 minutes, but I think Hiteshi tells me that we will not play video right now. We'll get straight to the awards. And may I request you to please come for... Is it okay, ma'am? Sir? Okay, then go ahead. You please come and take the die from the floor here.
We have for today. I would now like to welcome Justice Pratibha Ma'am, Unnat Sir, Ms. Monica, Mr. Urban, Mr. Saurabh Sachdeva and Mr. Dipangar to please do the honors. Yeah. I'll begin with the school category. Ms. Vanshika Bhatt, AIR 1 from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Dehradun. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? So she has secured AIR All India rank 1 in the school category. Soumya Trivedi, Manav Rachna International School, Gurgaon. She's AIR rank 2. All India rank 2. All India rank 3, Saksham Srivastav from Jasco School, South Park, Jamshedpur. Coming up to the university category, we have Gayatri Savarkar. She is All India rank 1. She is from Cummins College, Pune. Another student from Cummins College, Pune, Gayatri Sanesh, is All India Rank 2. Swaroop Sambhaji Kesar, he's from Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He's All India Rank 3. I think we do not have Swaroop here. I'll move on to the faculty category. We have Dr. Ravindra Kumar Swaro. He's AIR Rank 1. Congratulations, Mr. Swaro. Moving on to the startup, we have Mr. Shrikant Shekhar, AIR 1, and here I would like to make a special mention that in the 4th edition of IPTSE he had AIR rank 19 and he was here with us in the last edition. Today he is taking up as a startup category. Okay, moving on to the top 3 universities. We have University 1 is Acropolis Institute of Pharmaceutical and Engineering Technology, Indore, MP, and I would request the student to collect the award on his university's behalf. University 2 is Cummins College of Engineering for Women, Pune, Gayatri. Both the Gayatris, I request you to collect the awards. All of you can join. All are from Cummins. Come on. Come and collect the award for your college. That calls for a hip hip hurrah. Come on. They are all winners from Cummins College. We then have Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, Maharashtra. We have Dr. A.P. Wadekar to collect the award. We now move on to the IP recognition category, Academia. Dr. Archana Sarma from the North Cap University, Gurgaon. Mr. Milind Dobe from PES College of Engineering. No, this is Aurangabad. Dr. Ashwini Civil, Campus Law Center 2, Entrepreneurial Law Clinic, University of Delhi. Dr. Tabrez Ahmed, GD Goenka University. Acha, he was to come. Okay. Yeah. So IP recognition government, it's Mr. Jeet Vijay, CEO, Metis, he's also left. Mr. Satish Kumar, I think he's also left. Yeah. Okay. We want to go in for the industry. For IP industry. And then we have domain specific as well. That's we leave it up to ma'am if she's time for 5 minutes. All the other awards. Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Okay. Okay, so in that case, I'll first move on to the IP recognition industry category. Yeah, sorry for the delay. Yeah, Miss Archana Shankar from Anand and Anand. We have Miss Shraddha to collect the award on her behalf. Dr. Anju Khanna, Mr. Abhinav Agarwal is here to receive on her behalf. Yeah, Dr. Anju Khanna from Lalan Sethi. इसमें टिक कर दो मुझे. Miss Manisha Singh from Lexorbis. Yeah, the awards are in their individual capacity and Mr. Abhishek Parthi, General Counsel G Global Research in his individual capacity. Miss Ankita Tyagi, EBTC. For the IP Recognition Academia, I missed out on Dr. Rakhi Kabya and Dr. Akanksha Dwivedi from Acropolis Institute of Pharmaceutical and Engineering Technology. I would request the student to collect the award on their behalf, please. Yeah, just a quick one now. For the school category, rank holders 4 to 10, we have AIR 4 Dhairya Kumar and AIR 5 Anurag Kumar Sa. Saksham, please come and collect the award on their behalf. They are from Jasko School, Jamshedpur. And yes, also for AIR 9, Aditi Chandra and Prabin Rana, AIR 10. For the university category, we have Sejal Ravindra Tate and Chaitali, AIR 5 and AIR 6. Would request Mr. Milind Dubey to collect on their behalf. We now have the youth leader category. So youth leaders are those who have helped or who have promoted the IP in their particular colleges and in their particular universities. So from we have from Acropolis Institute of Technology, Gaurav Kumar. You can collect on his behalf. So I think there's another one. We have Shrikant Shekhar from the North Cap University. Miss Manisha Suryavanshi from Cummins College of Engineering for Women, Pune. Youth Leader category. And Arhim Senda. Yeah, you can collect on his behalf, please. Acha. Yeah, sorry. So you collected it on the behalf of the university earlier. Sorry about that. We now have domain-specific awards. So there are 6. Okay, so there are just 6 of them. Just 6 of them, ma'am. Just quickly. Arya Ranjit Patil. Engineering and Technology, that's her domain. She's AIR 1 in that domain. Miss Japan Kaur in the management domain. Management. Sumit Singh Chauhan, Research and Science. You collecting on his behalf? Oh, yeah, so it's me. So sorry. You've come so many times. And we have Swastik Bisaria, that is law without IP specialization. So that brings us to the close of the award ceremony. You have been very kind, ma'am, and Unnat sir. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Yeah, the awardees, you may please, Anurit will contact you, will take your interviews, a short interview as to how your journey was with IPTSC. Yep.
कौन सा अच्छा वाला पेन वाला ना